right, we are live. So, good evening, everybody. Welcome to another episode of This Week Unloaded. Oh, sorry, I thought I was going to sneeze there for a second. As usual, I am your host, Rich White, and been another crazy week, specifically weekend. 3 different, what could be labeled terror attacks, have happened this weekend. If you haven't been paying attention to the news or anything, had 2 soldiers and a translator killed over in Syria by remnants of ISIS at Brown University yesterday. The guy went and killed 2 people and wounded like 14 others, I think it was. We'll be looking at a story later to we'll get the actual numbers, but I think that's what it was. And then over in Australia earlier today, there was 2 Muslims who went and attacked a Jewish gathering that was getting together for a Hanukkah celebration in the Sydney area. There were, last I saw, if I remember correctly, 15 people killed and then upwards of 30 others that were injured. So, been a crazy, crazy weekend. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Right now, let's say hello to everybody out there on the YouTube side. We got Ron 2A Matters, New York Outcast, also known as Rob D, M. Gabriel, and Denny's Plant-Based Journey. They're on the YouTube side so far. As usual on X, I'm probably not going to know who's out there unless somebody actually says something in the actual live chat, not the comments section. It's different how X works. You got both the chat, but you can also pull it up the video or the stream up to where there's the typical X comments. It's weird. So anyway, unless you actually are watching on X and go to the part where the actual live chat is, I won't see your live comments. It's just the way X is done. And got the random one person over there on Rumble as usual. So, let's see. Anything else before we get into this other stuff going on today? This week, I'm trying to remember. Really haven't been paying attention to the news that much this week, but then that happened, so that was a big thing. Yeah, touched on it on Gary's show Wednesday, I think it was, that Tom Homan, the director of ICE or something like that, has stated in an interview that yes, the federal government is looking into criminal charges against Ilhan Omar for various forms of fraud, including immigration fraud, which if they charge her with immigration fraud and she's found guilty, that could be basis for renouncing her naturalization and starting the deportation process against her. It's going to be interesting to see if that goes anywhere. And also, it was reported, I don't know if it's still the case or not, but that the Department of Defense is looking into calling back old Senator Mutiny. So, the hell is his name? Mark something or other. I can't remember his damn last name right now. Anyway, the guy that's married to Gabby Gifford. They are pursuing potentially recalling him to active duty for the purpose of a court martial for the video and where him and a bunch of other members of Congress and Senate were telling the U.S. military to mutiny, essentially, and not obey orders that were given to them by the Trump administration, which, again, is a violation of the law. Yeah. Yes, thank you, M. Gabriel. Mark Kelly. You know what makes that even worse? That's my youngest daughter's freaking name, and I forgot it. Oh, man. Denny says immigration fraud. Seems like it won't be hard to prove that, but we shall see. Yeah, especially since they have the documentation showing that she married her brother so that he could get into the country. Might add, while she was married to somebody else at the time. So, yeah, that's just all kinds of messed up. Plus, her name's been mentioned in all these cases of fraud that have been showing up with the Somalis in Minnesota, like the restaurant that was supposed to have served all these meals and then pocketed all the money and didn't serve any of them for underprivileged kids, and different cases of welfare fraud and stuff. Her name keeps cropping up in all these fraud cases. Well, marrying her brother is illegal too. She's one of the things that she's being investigated for is an incestuous marriage. And it's also an Islamic marriage, which I don't know how much you know about Islamic marriages, but they're not legal if not consummated. So there's that little wrinkle to it too, folks. She's just a real piece of work. So yeah. Yep. Joined by Justin Grimm out there on the YouTube side, so even in the U. Yeah, this could be interesting if it gets to discovery, and all of that becomes public. What actually she was involved in, and how far it went with the immigration fraud, shall we call it? It could be bad. And you got to stop and think if it was an Islamic marriage. Yeah, exactly, Denny. If that was consummated, yeah, yeah. Denny said if that was consummated, that would be sick. Yes, that absolutely would be. And keep in mind, if it's an Islamic marriage, like they said that her marriage to her brother was, and again, putting that part of it aside, everybody involved in the marriage would also be implicated as accessories and accomplices. So yeah, it's one big mess, and par for the course. And I don't know if you how many of you are aware of this, but one of their leading Dawa guys recently in a debate didn't suggest it. He came right out and said it that first cousin marriage is permissible. And when the guy he was debating against said, "You're going to hurt the IQ levels of your populations because cousin marriage, repeated cousin marriages, which he again, this guy said were perfectly permissible and is under Islam, will lower the average IQ of the country." And the guy said he would rather have a bunch of people with an average IQ between 70 to 80 and be peaceful than have a bunch of smart people. For those of you who may not know this, 70 to 80 IQ, when you look at the scale, is either mildly retarded or borderline. Okay, that's that's what this guy is saying. He would rather have. He would rather have a society of mentally ill, or not mentally ill, mentally handicapped people than a society of smart people that figure out how to solve problems. It, he said that should be one of the goals of Islam. Keep in mind, this isn't a debate that you can find on YouTube. It was done by Modern Day Debates. If you want the YouTube channel, Tenny says that's stupid on so many levels. Yes, it is. I mean, he literally stated that he wouldn't be opposed to everything because of the IQ level having to go back to horse-drawn wagon days in the 1800s. Again, if you think I'm lying, go look it up. It was Daniel Hikikachu versus, I believe it was Mike Jones. Was it Mike Jones? I think it was Mike Jones he was debating. It was fairly recently. It's on Modern Day Debates. When we're done here, or whenever you get time, go over and look. This is the stuff this guy was saying. Guy's name, the Islamic Dawa guy's name is Daniel Hakikachu. I know it's easier for me to say than to spell. Yeah, Rob, you're probably right. Probably easier to control. Oh yeah, you got a bunch of nitwits. It's going to be easier to control, at least on paper, anyway. But you know, it would explain some things, how they got all these people to follow Islam in the first place, besides the violence angle. I mean, we're talking about a religion whose holy book doesn't even know how basic human biology works. So, one thing when Muslims bring up on X about how great the Quran is and how truthful it is, one of the things I love to bring up is how the Quran can't even get basic human biology right. Because they can't. It doesn't. According to the Quran, both male, well, I've talked about this before. Both male and females produce semen, and it comes from the thoracic cavity near the spinal column. This is according to the Quran. And yeah, I'm sure as everybody in here knows that that's wrong, but their Allah, which means God in Arabic, in the Quran doesn't know that, and he's the guy that's supposed to have created all of it. Anybody else see a problem with that? Anybody else see a problem with that? Yeah, don't even get me started on ew, M. Gabriel. I can go even farther depth than that on the subject. That's just that's the family friendly version, shall we call it? Yeah. Anyway, we do got a couple terror attacks to look at. What could be called terror attacks. I guess we can start with what Trump had to say earlier today on the matter. So let me go over here and I will pull up the article as soon as I can find where it's at. There it is. Share it. All right. So Trump addresses trio of attacks in Syria, Brown University, and Australia at White House Christmas event. This was as of 1:48 this afternoon. President Donald Trump offered condolences to the victims of attacks across the globe on Sunday, from the mass shooting at Brown University to Hanukkah terrorist attack in Australia. Trump addressed the tragedies while speaking at a Christmas reception at the White House on Sunday, saying his thoughts and support are with the victims of the shooting at Brown. He also condemned the pure anti Semitism of the terrorist attack in Sydney, Australia, as well as the killing of 3 Americans in Syria on Saturday. I just want to pay my respects to the people. Unfortunately, 2 are no longer with us at Brown University. 9 injured and 2 are looking down on us right now from heaven, Trump said. And likewise in Australia, as you know, there was a terrible attack. 11 dead. Again, this was earlier today before the actual numbers come up. The article I have pulled up on the actual incident in Australia, that 11 total is wrong. It's higher than that. 29 badly wounded, and I believe that number is wrong as well. And that was an anti-Semitic, I can't talk, anti-Semitic attack, obviously. And I just want to pay my respects to everybody, he continued. We're here for a different reason. We're here to celebrate Christmas and to celebrate, Trump told the crowd gathered. And I think today we can say very loudly, I believe is what that's supposed to say, that we celebrate Hanukkah because there was such a horrible attack that was purely anti-Semitic attack. Trump went on to discuss the killing of 2 U.S. soldiers and a U.S. civilian interpreter in Syria. He reiterated that the perpetrators of the attack will face serious consequences. I can tell you in Syria, there will be a lot of damage done to the people that did it. They got the person, the individual person, but there will be big damage done, he said. 3 additional soldiers were wounded in the Syria attack, but they are recovering. Chief Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell said the attack occurred as soldiers were conducting a key leader engagement, part of their mission in support of ongoing ISIS counterterrorism operations in the region. The gunman was killed by partner forces, according to Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. The Pentagon is withholding the identities of the soldiers until at least 24 hours after their families have been notified. That is standard operating procedure with the military, so not unexpected. Yeah. And here we got a story from Reuters. 2 U.S. soldiers and an interpreter killed in suspected Islamic State attack in Syria. The summary: 3 U.S. personnel killed in an attack in Syria. Islamic State probably carried out attack, U.S. officials said. 3 U.S. soldiers were also wounded in the attack. But yeah, it's basically what Trump was just saying. So there was something I wanted to look at, and I can't remember what it was from this article. Oh, here it is. According to a spokesperson for, I'm guessing it's the Syrian government, on December 10th, an evaluation was issued indicate. Oh, the reason why I'm reading this part is because apparently the guy that carried out the attack on the service members over in Syria was a member of the Syrian military and possibly a member of this unit that was working together to battle the ISIS assholes. Anyway, the attacker was, I forgot to, I was wanted to start up here and I started down here. Anyway, the attacker was a member of Syrian security forces, 3 local officials told Reuters. A Syrian Interior Ministry spokesperson told a state-run television channel that the men did not have a leadership role in the security forces. On December 10th, an evaluation was issued indicating that this attacker might hold extremist ideas, and a decision regarding him was due to be issued tomorrow, in other words, today, on Sunday, the spokesperson. Near Redding El Baba told Syrian television channel Al Ikhbariya. So, yeah, it's another case of people we were working with that carried out an attack against our people overseas. So, yeah, we've seen that before in Afghanistan, Iraq, now working with the Syrians, who, by the way, I don't trust as far as you can throw them. The guy that is sitting in the presidency of Syria is a former former in air quotes, member of ISIS and Al Qaeda. So yeah, I don't trust him anymore than I trust the actual person who carried out the attack. So yeah, that's what we got out of Syria. And then we come over here. Which one's this? Person of interest in custody following deadly shooting at Brown University. This one was what? It's today anyway. Today is the 14th. Yeah. This is from this morning. Police said Sunday that a person of interest is in custody following a deadly shooting at Brown University that killed 2 people and injured 9. Police told Fox News that the individual was found at a hotel in Coventry, which is about 17 miles south of Providence. Providence Chief of Police Colonel Oscar Perez Jr. declined to say whether the suspect was affiliated with Brown University when asked by reporters at a news conference. Citing the early stages of the investigation, confirmed the person of interest is in their 20s. He said the next process for the department is coordinating with prosecutors, collecting evidence, and conducting interviews. Providence Mayor Brett Smiley said 7 individuals remain in stable condition. 1 is in critical but stable condition. Another has been discharged. So that's a total of 9 people that were injured in the attack. Our 2 priorities as of last night are to 1, bring the individual responsible to justice, and that investigation is ongoing, although we have a meaningful update that we've just provided. 2 is our concern for the victims who, as I mentioned, are still, most of whom are still hospitalized. That remains our priority right now, Smiley told reporters. Rhode Island Governor Daniel McKee said the community is keeping the victims and their families in its thoughts after the horrific event. I'm praying the families will find the strength to be able to deal with this in a way that their lives are not disrupted as much as they probably will be, he added. Smiley also confirmed that the shelter-in-place order for the Providence community has been lifted. Brown University had lifted its own campus shelter-in-place order earlier Sunday morning. The shooting occurred in the engineering building Saturday as students were taking final exams ahead of winter break. Brown University President Christina Paxson said the campus faces a long recovery and her priority in the oncoming months is to bring people back together and ensure they feel safe and supported. She cited religious life staff and student services as key resources available to students impacted by a mass shooting. Now, they did release this guy's name. I specifically used this article because it doesn't say it, because I'm not going to say it. Yeah, he's a white guy in his 20s. But there's a twist because independent journalists who have been posting on X today, before the thing in Australia just blew everything on X to hell and back, were stating that they had talked to some of the witnesses who were on the scene when it happened. And even though it was a white guy, he had shouted, according to the witnesses that were spoken to, Allahu Akbar. So we have another possible Islamic connection here. And of course, you had Muslims saying it was a white guy. He couldn't be Muslim. To which on X, I responded, so you're a racist then and say that white people can't follow Muhammad? You know, it's crazy. They celebrate whenever there's a white person who says that they converted to Islam, but then when something like this happens, and you might have a white person who converted to Islam and carried out a attack like this, so all of a sudden, no, that white people can't be Muslims. Like, whatever, dude. So, anyway, one thing's for sure: the guy wasn't right in the head. Killed 2, injured 9 others. So yeah, but they do have him in custody. And then where else? Oh yeah, I gotta stop sharing that one. I forgot to share the last two articles because I forgot that this doesn't automatically do that. All right, so come over here and we'll go to find the Australia article. Where is it? It's a great question. Where is it? I know I got it pulled up. There it is. All right. Australia terror attack. 16 dead, including gunmen. Well, that means 15 dead because we don't include the gunmen. Only one of the gunmen, by the way. After father and son duo opens fire on Jewish community. At least 16 dead, including one alleged suspect, and 40 injured in mass shooting on Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia. Police say a father and son were behind the horrifying mass shooting that left 16 people dead, including one of the gunmen, and 40 people hospitalized during a Hanukkah celebration at Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia. New South Wales Police Commissioner Mal Lanyon said during a press conference on Monday in Australia, remember they're like 13 hours ahead of us, that it was a 50-year-old man and his 24-year-old son that carried out the terror attack. The father is dead, police said, and the son is in critical but stable condition in a hospital. Lanyon also said that they are not looking for additional suspects at this time. The father was a licensed gun owner. Bookmark that, folks. With 6 legally registered firearms. All 6 of the firearms have been recovered, with some being recovered at the scene. The others were located and recovered when investigators executed search warrants at 2 separate locations, police said. Lanyon told police the warrants were executed at a property in Campsie and another property in Bonnyrigg. He added that their residential address was in Bonnyrigg, though they were staying in Campsie. The commissioner also told reporters the father had held a gun license for 10 years. There was very little knowledge of either of these men by the authorities, Lanyon said. The person was determined to be entitled to have a firearms license, and the person had a firearms license for a number of years for which there were no incidents. 2 improvised explosive devices were also found at the scene of one of the homes where search warrants were executed. The IEDs were taken into possession by a rescue and bomb disposal unit and found to be active. They were then rendered safe by police. Lanyon noted that the IEDs were rudimentary or fairly basic. He also noted he was grateful that they did not detonate. Police said the victims of the Sunday attack range in age from 10 to 87 years old. The shooting happened during an annual celebration known as Hanukkah by the Sea. And can we call it a terror attack and not just a shooting, for Christ's sake? It was scheduled to kick off at 5 p.m. to celebrate the first day of the Jewish holiday by lighting the first candle on the menorah. The attack, I'm not calling it a shooting. The attack happened around 6:45 p.m. local time. Police said the attack targeted the Jewish community and is being investigated as an act of terrorism. At least 40 people remained hospitalized after the attack, including 2 police officers, the agency confirmed. The attack is the worst attack against Jews since the October 7, 2023 Hamas terror attacks. Police added that they found evidence of multiple improvised explosive devices in a vehicle near the scene of the attack. We have our rescue bomb disposal unit there at the moment working on that, he said. Israeli President Isaac Herzog acknowledged the attack while speaking at an event in Jerusalem recognizing immigrants' extraordinary achievements on Sunday. At these very moments, our sisters and brothers in Sydney, Australia have been attacked by vile terrorists in a very cruel attack on Jews who went to light the first candle of Hanukkah on Bondi Beach, Herzog said. Our hearts go out to them. The heart of the entire nation of Israel misses a beat at this very moment as we pray for the recovery of the wounded. We pray for them and we pray for those who lost their lives. Herzog also called on Australian governments to seek action and fight against the enormous wave of anti-Semitism which is plaguing Australian society. And it's not just in Australia. Today, X was proof of just how bad the anti-Semitism is getting. There was a lot of it going on. see, what got any comments out there? Rob asks, "Are you sure he wasn't upset with the snack bar prices? They're getting out of control." You mean the Aloha snack bar? Yeah. Pack Rat's Attic is out there on the YouTube side. And Denny says, "I don't understand hatred of people because they are different than you are. I don't understand wanting to take lives of innocent people. This is not war. It's not self-defense. It is murder." Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, trying to villainize inanimate objects. Yeah, that brings me back to, remember when I said to bookmark this part? It is extremely hard to get firearms in Australia. This guy managed to get 6 of them, and all their increased uh, stuff that they put in place to make it hard for people to be able to get firearms to carry out what they claim would stop these kinds of attacks, basically, it failed. It failed. All their increased scrutiny, all their increased rapid, or not rabid, not rap, rapid, rabid attempts to keep firearms out of people's hands, it failed. If there's one takeaway other than praying for the families of those killed and injured that we need to take away from this, I know it's going to sound probably callous to some, but their gun control measures don't work. This is more proof of it. This is what the anti gunners in the US want in this country. And there's 16 people dead, or 15 dead, because one of the gunmen, he doesn't count. There's 15 people dead in Australia and 40 others in the hospital bed right now. Because their way of they're going to control all the firearms and everything failed. Like Justin Grimm says on the YouTube side, they left people helpless. Exactly. And their extreme measures, which were supposed to stop these attacks, failed. They failed. And they will come out tomorrow, if they're not already doing it, because it's morning over there. It'll be what, 10:30 in the morning over in Sydney. Don't be the least bit surprised if you see in the news today or tomorrow that Australia is pushing even more gun control laws, thinking that somehow that's going to stop something. Oh, the response gets better because the article that I read didn't cover it. The police took out one of the shooters, obviously. The other shooter was stopped by some guy who just happened to be there and saw the one guy with a rifle, because they did this from an ambush position with bolt action rifles. Oh, excuse me. And he ran up and he tackled the guy, got shot twice himself in the process. And the guy's name, the good guy who went and stopped this, was Ahmed something Ahmed. I think it's Ahmed Ahmed. And that um, has the Islamic crowd over on X screaming that, oh, he was a Muslim, he was a Muslim. But there have also been reports from people, I shouldn't say reports, but people who live in the area posting on X in response to that no, the guy was a Christian, that he had Christian crosses up in his store and stuff. So the guy had a Muslim sounding name, but saying he was from Lebanon and a Christian, is that would fit because in Lebanon they have Arabic names, right? So we don't know if the guy is a Muslim or Christian. Not that it matters, right? The guy put himself in harm's way to try and help these people the best he could. But well, you got Christians and Jews saying that if even if this guy's a Muslim, he did the right thing. He was a good guy. Okay. And you got Muslims saying that, well, the shooters weren't Muslims, blah, blah, blah. The shooters were two Pakistani guys attacking Jews. Packard says, we have experience with that kind of hate. We had someone spray paint their mailbox with Nazi stuff. His wife is part Jewish, and he has family that were in the German army in World War II. Then he says back to him, sorry to hear, sad to hear that. Yeah, there's no cause for that. There is no cause for that. And Rob D says, crazy part is they probably could have done more damage with vehicles. I'm not sure how the area around it set up, but if they didn't have any kind of barricades or whatnot blocking the area, then yeah, they probably could have. And then he says a lot of people from that region have Islamic sounding names. Arabic people are not all Muslims. There are people in the Middle East of many religions. Yes, exactly. You know, one of the responses I put for somebody who posted that nonsense about, oh, it's an Arab name, so they're a Muslim. I went to school, literally went to school at a Christian school with a Christian kid who was named Muhammad. So you can't tell just by a name alone. You can make a good guess based on a name what religion they're going to be, because in Arab, if you got an Arab sounding name and they're from the Middle East, your best bet is they're going to be Muslim. But not necessarily, because especially when you look at the history of Lebanon, until fairly recently, Lebanon was a Christian country. Yes, exactly, M. Gabriel, and that's my point. Yeah, M. Gabriel says if he recalls correctly, the Daily Show interviewed people on Bondi Beach regarding whether gun control is okay. Is it okay now? Good question. Problem is, not everybody is going to put their thinking caps on in that way. Yeah, you don't know. Yeah, yeah. M. Gabriel says many people raised in the culture do not necessarily hold its behaviors or beliefs. Yeah, there are Muslims that I could name who don't fit the standard Islamic narrative, shall we say? But here's the problem, right? That in and of itself brings up a problem because the Quran flat out tells Muslims that they have to obey everything in the Quran and what Muhammad told them. If they do that, they would all be jihadists. If they don't, the Quran says they're not Muslim. It's crazy. And then he says he worked with someone that was the same, Muhammad Beydoun. He was from Lebanon. He was a Christian in belief. Now his behavior, not so much, but he did not want to associate with Islam. Yeah, yeah, Christian in name, behavior, not so much. I've known many people that were like that over the years. Trust me. There's things that I slip on. So I mean, we're all human. We're all going to make mistakes. I have a problem with uh, using bad words, as I'm sure all of you can attest to. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that cat's getting on my nerves. What else is new? All right, where was I? Yeah, over here. Okay. So anyway, that's what's going on on those fronts. But yeah, I mean, the Australian ones really got the anti-Semites going. You got people already. Hello, Vanessa. Vanessa Kitty out there on the YouTube side. People on X, Muslims, grippers, and other just plain anti-Semites calling it a false flag operation. Yes, but there's a difference between the Old Testament and the Quran, M. Gabriel. Because M. Gabriel says, I note that there are lines in the Old Testament that suggest doing some bad stuff to non-believers also. Yes, but here's the key. Okay. Here's the key difference. You're right. There are some chapters in the Old Testament where you look at them like, damn. The Old Testament isn't a guide for what to do now. The Old Testament isn't there telling us how we're supposed to live our lives, unless you're Jewish. But even then, there's things in the Old Testament, even for Jews, that has been abrogated. Okay? The Old Testament in modern Judaism and Christianity is a history book. It's a history of where both our faiths come from, Christianity and Judaism, where they come from, where their roots lie. Islam, that's not the case. In Islam, the Quran is the guidebook that you have to listen to on everything. And to an extent, the Hadith as well, because the Hadith is the biographical part of the situation. The Hadith are the history. The Quran's the guidebook, if that makes sense. Then you have the tafsir, which are the explanations for the Quran. Which, by the way, if you look at the Quran, they shouldn't have to have the tafsir because the Quran says it's crystal clear. If the Quran were crystal clear, you wouldn't need the tafsir to explain it. And the Quran also says not to interpret what the Quran says, to take it at face value. So the tafsir are interpreting what the Quran says in violation of what the Quran says. The entirety of Islam is a religion based on hypocrisy of one form or another. But yeah, I don't want to keep going down that trail. But the interesting part is, I got Grok to agree with me on that. If you've ever dealt with these online AI programs, they're programmed not to deal with religion very often. I got Grok to agree that Islam is hypocritical. Yeah, a good example of you can never tell is Sammy Davis Jr. He was Jewish. Exactly, Pack Rat. Except for he did wear a big star, David. So that was kind of a giveaway. But yeah, Sammy Davis Jr. He was Jewish. Yaphet Kotto, the another uh, black actor, played the villain in Live and Let Die. Was on Homicide: Life in the Streets. Was the black dude in Alien? He was Jewish. So yeah, you can't tell someone's religion just by a name or what they look like. Like I said, they're a name in an area, a location that they're from is a tell, but it's not necessarily a definitive. Yeah, Parker. Thank you, M. Gabriel. That was his name in Alien. Somebody could be from Iraq. Doesn't mean they're Muslim. They could be from Iraq with an Arabic name and not be Muslim. If you guys go back to Operation Desert Storm and you know Desert Shield, Desert Storm, the guy that was always on TV from Iraq, the spokesperson for Saddam Hussein, he was Catholic. He wasn't a Muslim. He was a high up in the Iraqi government. He was a Catholic. What's crazy is, right, Iraq had a healthy Christian population. Syria, until now, had a fairly healthy Catholic population. What's the common denominator between Syria and Iraq? They were secular countries in a Muslim area that were governed by the Ba'ath Party, which, granted, the Ba'ath Party, not good guys. Not good guys at all. But they didn't discriminate based on religion. You could be a Christian in Syria without any problem. Nobody was going to give you grief. You could be a Christian in Iraq. Nobody was going to give you grief. Christ, like I said, what was his name? Tariq Aziz, I think is what his name was a high up in Saddam Hussein's government. He was a Catholic. What's happened since both those guys were removed from power? In Syria, there's been attacks against Christians and another group whose name I can't remember right now. They're not Muslims, but it's another Arab group, another religion in the area. In Iraq, you had the Christians have fled Iraq in droves because they were worried about attacks from ISIS and Al Qaeda. The same in Syria. Lebanon. Lebanon was a Christian country until Hezbollah came along. And Gabriel asked a gun question. Why are World War One Springfield rifle bayonets half the price of the rifles? Because they're just as rare as the rifles. Ain't very many. They don't exactly make old surplus ones anymore. You can find remakes, that aren't going to be anywhere near as much. But the originals, man, you're going to pay a pretty penny for them. It's like my son asked for an M1 carbine bayonet, an M4 bayonet from World War II or Korea or Vietnam for his M1 carbine. He wanted the barrel band that has the bayonet lug on it and the bayonet. He's getting a recreation because I'm not paying $400 for a fucking bayonet. You know what I mean? Speaking of the bad words, there went one. Like I said, I have a problem with bad words. Yep. All right. Good night, Denny. Have a good night. But yeah, the old bayonets, they're getting rarer and rarer. Can't make old stock new, you know. All the old stock, it's going to go up in price. You can buy recreations. You got to be careful because some recreations aren't equal to other recreations. Some will be really good and some will be terrible, but they exist. The nice part about the M1 carbine, I did find him one that is a surplus, but it's an Italian surplus from the interwar between Korea and Vietnam era. So that's what I'm going to order him. That was still $80. A recreation would have been $45. But a World War II vintage one, looking at $300 to $400 for one for an M1 carbine bayonet. That's like a quarter of what he paid for the rifle, if I remember right. I think he paid $1,300 for it. I could be wrong. No, he paid $800 for it. That's right. They had two of them in stock. One was $1,300, and the one he bought was $800. So, yeah, that's what, roughly half the price of the rifle. Like you were just saying about the M1 Springfield bayonet. So, yeah, you might want to look too and see what bayonets will fit. Packrat said he wasn't born Jewish; he converted. I'm thinking he's talking about back when we were talking about Sammy Davis. And Gabriel said there's World War I Springfield bayonets priced at $500 and $600. Yeah, I would look and see what bayonets fit because there might be other bayonets that also fit that rifle that aren't the specific rifle. It's bayonet. I don't remember. I don't remember if the Garand used the same bayonet as the Springfield or not. You know what? I'm tempted to find out. Let me go. I can go over here and look real quick. Let's find out. Yes. Okay. So if you can find a recreation bayonet for a Garand, it'll work. They use the same bayonet lug. You got the long M1905 bayonet, which was later shortened to designate the M1 bayonet. Then you also have the M5 bayonet for the Garand. All three will work with the Springfield. So if you can't find the specific bayonet for the Springfield in and of itself, you can get that. And yeah, that's what I would do. I would look for a recreation Garand bayonet because technically speaking, that bayonet would be period authentic as well because of the Marines in the Pacific during World War II were using Springfields and they were issued that bayonet. So you know that's an option. And those Springfields were World War One surplus, so it wouldn't be out of the realm of being realistic to have the M1 bayonet on the 1903. So yeah, it just are you go. It depends on if you're going for a World War One or a World War Two look, or if it matters. You know what I mean? If you're using it for a World War II recreation, any one of those three bayonets will be authentic. I was hoping that the him Garand bayonet would work with the carbine, but it didn't. It had its own specific bayonet and lug, which sucked because could have got a damn Garand bayonet cheaper than the freaking M1 carbine bayonet. No joke. There must be a shit ton of Garand bayonets on the market. Those are going for a freaking surplus one, $150. And Gabriel says, yeah, Guadalcanal Marines use Springfield because leadership was skeptical of semi-automatic Garand action working in sandy environments. That in the Army was hoarding them. Everything new went to the Army. So the Army had the vast majority of Garands. The Marine Corps had very few. Yeah, Packrat said the same thing. A lot of the originals were cut down and made into Garand bayonets. Yep, they were. You can still find them though, but yeah, you're going to pay out the butt for them because they're rare. Like the M1 carbine bayonet is actually fairly rare because there weren't a whole lot of them made. Most of the M1 carbines in World War II didn't even have a bayonet lug on them, which is crazy when you think about the period. But yeah, a lot of the M1 carbines in World War II didn't even have a bayonet lug. And the ones that came, the ones that you'll see a lot of having the bayonet lug are the Korean War era uh, M1 carbines. The World War II ones, it wasn't until the latter part of the war that they were putting bayonet lugs on the M1 carbine. Korea, they did it throughout the entire war. And then the Vietnam era ones, again, they started taking the bayonet lugs off of them again. So most of your M1 carbines that you're going to find with bayonet lugs are the Korean era. And they didn't make a whole lot of bayonets for them. There weren't. Now, other countries did. Like Italy and that, they made the bayonets for them. But primarily because I don't know how many people out there know this. The bayonet for the M1 carbine is a modified M3 fighting knife. That's what it is. They put basically pinchers on the back of it to grab the bayonet lug, and a ring to put around the end of the barrel on the crossguard. Everything else on that is M3 fighting knife. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, Pack Rat. He said most of the World War II M1 carbines didn't have bayonet lug. Nope, they didn't. His is a Vietnam era that he put in a World War II stock that he found at the antique gun show we went to. What was that? Last year, in 2024, in Baltimore. We went there with a Kingpin and a Krabby Turtle, and my son found himself a very good condition surplus World War II stock that he put his carbine in. And like I said, two of the things he wants for Christmas is the barrel band with the bayonet lug, because that's like it's real simple to put a bayonet lug on the M1 carbine. All you gotta do is change the barrel band from one that doesn't have it to one that does. It's super easy to change. And then he wanted the bayonet, so those are what he's getting for Christmas. He's also getting the he doesn't know about this, so don't tell him, the stock magazine holder. The one that went on the stock of the rifle, the sling, and an oiler for it too. I got those all ordered. He knows about the bayonet lug and the bayonet. He doesn't know about the magazine carrier, the sling, and the oiler for it. So, but don't any of you tell him. If you tell him, I'm gonna be mad. Nobody said you're all sworn to secrecy here. Doesn't matter. He doesn't. He generally doesn't watch my stuff. So, and if he does, it's no big deal. He's an adult. He's not a kid. So, why do I keep doing that? Keep forgetting I'm trying to monitor the chat on the X side, and I keep going over and looking to see what my notifications are. Oh, so what? Anybody else got any questions about anything? I mean, this chat so far is since we got off of the terror attacks and everything. That's all been because of the question about why the Springfield bayonets cost as much. But yeah, that's why rarity drives stuff up, and they don't make new ones of the old ones, if you know what I mean. You're not you're not going to get a new made World War One, dude. They haven't had any. They haven't had any kind of shirts like that. And Gabriel says I haven't seen Krabby or Kingpin in a while. Yeah, I get texts from them every so often, so I keep in touch with them. Yeah, they haven't had any kind of gun shirts or anything like that over at the store since the new company took over. They might be anti-gun people. I don't know. But yeah, they haven't had anything because they used to get NRA shirts in over there, Taurus shirts, Smith and Wesson shirts, Sig, anything that would have been going to an outlet store. They would get. But the new company, the new owner, the new company that took over when that other company went out of business, that took over the storefront, they don't get any of that kind of stuff in anymore. I've looked, Rob. Trust me, I've looked. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, I got a couple of Smith and Wesson shirts at the outlet store that used to be here in town for like $10 each. And I got Rob's size from him. Told him if they got one in his size, I would grab him one for him. Right after I told him this, that store went out of business, and some other company went in there, and they would get gun stuff, but they never got Smith and Wesson ones. That company closed shop, and then we got another one in there, and they don't get anything gun related in there at all. So Yeah, I've looked, but they just don't have any. Oh, that was Travis P11, M. Gabriel. M. Gabriel's asking who did that Saturday show with Squibload, etc. Can't remember her name. Yeah, that was Travis P11. I was on that show too. There's actually an episode of that show that's on my channel on YouTube. Guys, Travis was having troubles with his internet the one morning. Couldn't get the show to work. He'd launch and it would just crash instantly. It was his internet acting up. So I ended up posting that episode on my channel. So yeah, we called it the lost episode because it was on a different channel. Yeah, Packer. So the reason why they did is because it was supposed to be a replacement for the 1911. Yeah, it was basically the M1 carbine is basically the first PDF or PDW rather, not PDF. PDF's a computer file. And Travis says he thinks P11 where he knows this channel from. That's possible. That's possible. But yeah, the M1 carbine was supposed to be used in place of the 1911. It gave better range and stopping power out of a small package. Like I said, it's basically the first PDW, personal defense weapon, because that's what it was meant to be. It was meant to be issued to the guys that weren't on the front line. It was meant to be for the second tier folks that were working the excuse me. I'm still getting over being sick, so bear with me. It was supposed to be the um, support guys. It was for the support guys and tankers because it was smaller than the Garand. You know, people like tankers and whatnot could easily fit that. You could easily fit an M1 carbine or a Thompson submachine gun into a tank turret like a M4 Sherman much more easily than you could a Garand. You know what I mean? And it gave you a little bit more firepower than what a 45 pistol would. It became popular with the airborne because of how small it was. The airborne guys started liking it. So that's when you started seeing the M1s pushed into the M1 carbine, that is, being pushed more into a frontline service things because the airborne guys liked it because of how small it was. It was easier for them to jump with than what a full size M1 would have been. And that's when they started putting the bayonet lugs on them, when the airborne guys started using them. And they came out with the collapsible stock for the airborne. And of course, the tankers like the folding stock idea. Or was it folding stock in World War II? Or was it? I think it was a folding. Shit, because they did multiple different versions of the collapsible stock on the M1 carbine. I don't remember if it was the folding one or if it was the slide in and out version on the World War II one. Anyway, tankers liked it because it made the carbine even smaller for use in tank uses, and you could fire that thing with the stock collapsed, and it would still be fairly accurate because it didn't have a whole lot of recoil. So if you had to grab it quickly out of your tank and just start shooting without having time to deploy the stock on it, you could do so and still be fairly accurate and hit your target. So they loved it for that reason. When it, and then, like I said, the airborne liked it, especially when they came up with the shortenable version, shall we call it, because again, it was small and easy for them to maneuver. Yeah, I think in World War II was the folding one. It was the wire frame folding stock, if I remember right. It was World War II one. Vietnam era, it was a collapsible wire frame stock, similar to what was on the M3 grease gun. That's the one that's actually the stock that came um, on my son's M1 carbine. He has He has the collapsible stock model from the Vietnam era, but he wanted the solid stock version. So he's got himself a nice walnut stock that he bought. Well, no, we bought it for him actually because it was his birthday present. Because that antique gun show was around his birthday in 2024. So we told him if you see something that's reasonably priced that he wants while we're there, let us know, and that could be his birthday present. So he found that stock, and that was it. That was his birthday present in 2024. And Gabriel says that the M1 carbine was the most produced U.S. gun in World War II. It was certainly up there. That's for sure. There's a lot of other guns that could fall into that category. I mean, look at all the guns that went on aircraft. All the uh, Browning machine guns. The 30 cal Browning that went on a bunch of aircraft and tanks too, for that matter, and scout vehicles and jeeps and half tracks and ships. I mean, there were a hell of a lot of 30 cal Browning machine guns that were made for World War II. There were a hell of a lot of them. Yeah. The 30 cal Browning was probably the most produced machine gun in World War II, at least on the Allied side. And it wasn't just used by the U.S., it was used by Canada, England, the Free French. Hell, the Soviets probably had some of them. Yeah. I mean, we had tank at the beginning of World War II that the only guns on it were 30 cal Brownings. Maybe an M2 if you were lucky. That would have been the initial run of the Stuart scout tank, the light scout tank. A bunch of that thing was bristling with 30 cals, and then they would be replaced with 50 cals. But yeah, and then the turret eventually, when it went from the M3 to the M5, Stuart got a 20 was a 20 or 37 millimeter cannon in it. So yeah, but yeah, there were a lot of 30 caliber Browning machine guns that were produced. So many that you can get a semi-auto converted surplus Browning 30 cal for not a whole lot of money. There was a gun shop around here that had one for 1,600, which for a machine gun that you could get, tax stamp it, and convert it back to full auto is not a lot of money. And the parts to convert it back to a full auto are not a lot of money, and they're easily changed. Oh, excuse me. So, yeah, there's a lot of surplus 30 cal Brownings out there. Nope, use both. The 30 cal Browning was used in most of your hull machine guns and tanks, like the M4, were 30 cal Brownings. The um, gun that was mounted on the turret of the M4 would have been an M2. But yeah, there were a lot, and I mean a lot, of 30 cal Brownings that were used in World War II. There were a lot. You would see them a lot on bombers, particularly the smaller bombers. would have the 30 cals on them, as well as maybe one or two Brownings, M2s. Yeah, there were infantry Brownings that were used. Yeah, there were a lot of Brownings that were used. They were used all over the place. The infantry Browning would have been used on ship for security purposes. They would when in port, they would put the Brownings on the rails on the ship, the railings on the ships, mount them to the railings. Yeah, but yeah, you would see crews that would use the 30 cal Browning was lighter and easier to carry on the beaches of Normandy and whatnot too than what an M2 was used. So you had a lot of them that were used in that situation. Last World War II era weapon issued to U.S. troops. Packrat wants to know. Man, there's a lot of things that could fall into that category. Holy cow! You talking directly to U.S. troops themselves, huh? Hmm. Could be a 1911, or it could be the K-bar if you're talking Marine Corps. The K-bar fighting knife. Hmm. M3 grease guns were still used a lot throughout Vietnam, and even into the 80s, there was still some in circulation. Huh. Hell, if you look at it this way, if you're not talking specifically just U.S., there were in the 80s, even into the 90s, there were still countries that were using the M4 Sherman. But he's talking U.S. troops specifically. So that's a good question. My guess would probably be either a 1911, an M3 grease gun, or a K-bar fighting knife. But there were also 30 cal Brownings that were still in use. Those things had a really long service life under the radar. Talking World War One all the way up until quite recent. The replacement for the 30 cal Browning was the M240. The 30 Browning actually saw service alongside the M60. Hmm. You know what? You stumped me. I don't know which one of those three I would pick, and I don't want to cheat. And Gabriel says the pig. Yeah, the M60's nickname the pig. Not to be confused with the M60 tank, because the U.S. military has a bad habit of naming various things the same number. You know, example M1. You know how many different things in the U.S. military were called the M1? You had the M1 Thompson, the M1 Carbine, the M1 Garand, just to name three. And they were all variations on a rifle. Because they called the Thompson a submachine gun, But let's be honest, that thing was a pistol caliber carbine. Damn thing was bigger than the M1 carbine. Oh yeah, the M2 is still in use, but um, that that goes back farther than World War II. And it's not. I don't know if I would call that a troop issued weapon. I think weapon issued to troops. I think more along lines of like rifles and handguns and knives and stuff. The machine guns, particularly the bigger heavy machine guns like an M2, I don't consider that a troop issued weapon. That's more of a positional weapon. Yeah, no, no. I was saying about how what he was saying when he said the pig. I was talking the M60 served alongside the 30 cal Browning during the Vietnam era. That's that's why M60 entered the conversation. It wasn't that somebody was saying that that was their answer to your question, Pack Rat. Yeah, the M2 is World War One. Yeah, yeah. Crew served exactly. M. Gabriel. I don't typically consider crew served to be troop issued. You know what I mean? I think troop issued. I think what one guy is going to be carrying and fighting with. You know what I mean? So yeah. But then we go to you look at the 1911. That's a World War One issue too. That's where they were first issued. They were issued before that, before World War One. You had guys going after Pancho Villa that had 1911s. Two live moves out there. He said John Rambo invented the M60. No, he just put it to good use. Speaking of that, the show Hollywood Weapons, they did an episode where they were talking about the different things in Rambo. Basically, it was like Mythbusters. If you've never seen Hollywood Weapons, it was like Mythbusters, but it was like for movie weapons and guns, guns and bombs and stuff like that. If they would actually work in real life, and Terry Shapford or something like that, his former Green Beret, was the host of the show, and he would be the one that was testing the weapons. And they did one on Rambo, in particular the scene from Rambo 2, where, or the second one, what was it, First Blood Part 2, anyway, First Blood Part 2, the scene where Rambo is standing in the jungle with the M60, he's holding it in one hand and the belt in the other, and he's just like firing burst and killing the guys. They tested that, and that was possible. He was able to accurately hit his targets firing the M60 one handed like that, like what Stallone was doing in the movie with the short burst fire and everything. It was doable. I mean, you got to be a pretty fit, strong guy probably to do it, but it was doable. It was it was wild. The M3 was used in Desert Storm, so they were still using the M3 grease gun in Desert Storm. Okay, was it used by tankers or something? Because the M3 grease gun would be a perfect gun for any tank or air crew member. Yeah, that thing collapsed down into a fairly small package. Also, be good rear echelon gun. for people on base to carry because of the size. And it was in 45, so it was a decent caliber for that time period too. You know, so yeah, what were the choices I said again? The 1911, the M3, or uh, what was it? Oh, the K-bar, the Marine Corps fighting knife. Yeah. So yeah, does that count as a right answer for me? Because I did list that as one of the probables. I was going to figure out which one, but then I eliminated the 1911 because if we're eliminating the Ma Deuce because of World War One, the 1911 was before World War One. Depends on if you want to call a knife a weapon or not. So the only other one I had listed was the M3 that I said. Yeah, good luck with that, Moo. That gun doesn't exist. That was a one-off made specifically for that movie and was later used in another Schwarzenegger movie. You know what one that was? Where did the M134 minigun resurface? I already gave you a hint. It was another Schwarzenegger movie. See if anybody knows the answer to this one. Rob D says Moo's not playing around. Nope. You're going right to the minigun. Got to give you a no on that one, Moo. You're close. Yeah, 2. It was Terminator 2. Remember the scene with the helicopter? Yeah, he's in the building shooting the minigun out the. It originally was used in Predator, M. Gabriel, which is the line which is where he got it from. The line from "I ain't got time to bleed." It was the gun that Ventura had in Predator, and then they used it on Terminator 2. Yeah, I know. That was the question. What movie did it resurface in later? Because Moo had given the Predator one. Yeah. Good times. They don't make movies like that anymore. No, they make Predator movies and fuck it up and make it a goddamn coming of age story with a loudmouth synth who doesn't shut the hell up. Yes, a synth like an alien. Little bastard Predator should have just been killed and gotten it over with. But then they went and had their stupid touchy feely Predator movie, which was only rated PG-13 to give you any idea. That was his answer back when we had to vet ourselves to join gun channels. I didn't take the quiz. You know who took the quiz when I joined gun channels? It was my daughters. They took the quiz. They were in the room and shit, who was it that was gonna? I can't remember who it was that was giving me the quiz now. Might have been Dano. I don't remember. Anyway, he was getting ready to give me the quiz, and my daughters came in and started sticking their nose in. I was like, "Fine, you want to answer the question? You guys take the quiz," and they did. The actual M134, yes, is real. The one that was used in the movie wasn't the actual M134. It was a mock up that was put together for the movie because they needed something similar that was man portable for the movie. Jesse Ventura even said in an interview about the movie and stuff that the real M134 he would never have been able to just carry it around. He said the ammo alone that thing would have took he would never been able to even carried. That thing went through ammo so fast to have any kind of firing uh, support from it, you would have to have at least 1,000 rounds. And there ain't no way in hell that, in his words, there's no way in hell that somebody's putting 1,000 rounds of 30 caliber on their back and carrying it around. Oh, I can't do that. My throat. I can't do my Ventura impression. My throat's too sore. Again, still getting over being sick. So Moose says he had Knives do his interview for gun channels. And Packrat says yes for tanks. So I'm assuming he's talking about the M3 thing earlier, where I said it was probably used for tankers. Yeah, the M3 grease gun is a perfect tanker gun. It really is. They should come up with an updated version for tank crews because that thing was just perfect for that role. Yeah, give tankers one of those SIG PD the SIG P320 PDW uh, kit things. You know, I can't remember the name of them right now. That would be really good. Well, that's good move because most people don't go to church on Mondays anyway. Moo says, "Oh man, just got buffalo sauce on my white T-shirt. Guess I can't wear that to church tomorrow." Yeah, yeah. Some kind of little thing like that would be perfect for tank crews. And with that P321, they have holsters for it. They could just holster the damn thing. M the uh, M1 Abrams. You know, speaking of M1, things named M1. There's another one. They're got a decent amount of room in there for a tank. I don't know how many of you have ever been in a M1 Abrams tank, but yeah, they're pretty roomy. What is the oldest issue rifle in the U.S. Army? Hint: it's not an M16 or made since 1900. Well, let's see. You got the Third Infantry, which still uses muskets. Does that count? They're still using Revolutionary issue muskets. For those that don't know, the Third Infantry is the honor guard at Annapolis. No, not Annapolis, Arlington. They're the guys that guard Arlington National Cemetery and do all the uh, stuff there to change, the changing of the guard ceremonies, guarding the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, all that stuff. The military funerals there. That's all done by the Third Infantry Division. Rob says if you're lucky enough to have a weekend like Moo, you'd understand why you can't get out of bed till Monday. And Moo says, shush. But yeah, I mean, technically it's not a musket's not a rifle, but yeah, they the honor guard, the honor guard that's Third Infantry Division's color guard when they're dressed up in their old in their Revolutionary uniforms. Which, by the way, yes, the Revolutionary War uniform is still an issued uniform in the United States military. Again, because of the M3, the Third Infantry Division. They wear those uniforms for various functions and whatnot, and carry the old muskets, which are still in working. Their working order musket. It's not a rifle though, so I don't know if that counts. Got the old Springfield musket rifle. I don't know if anybody still uses that though. You got the trapdoor Springfield. In 4570. Trying to think, what would be another old rifle that could still be in use? You got the Krag, but I don't think that would still be in use. That was fairly quickly replaced. Gary saying, rumor has it that Rob Reiner and his wife were found murdered in their home this evening. Oh, wow. I did not see that one. Does Old Guard use Springfield 1903 for guard duty? No, they use modern rifles for their actual guard duty. When they're doing their period things, they have 1903s, they have the old muskets, all that kind of good stuff. But for their standard guard duty, they use an M4 or an M16. Unless they changed things recently, anyway. Rob Reiner, he was dead from the neck up. Rob, he's Meathead from All in the Family. He also was a director, directed the Never Ending Story. No, not the Never. Did he direct the Never Ending Story? No. No, he uses Old Guard uses M14 pack rifles. Okay. I knew they used something more recent. I've seen them with the M16 slash M4s too. So I don't know if they still use just the M14 or not. Yeah, too many unknown soldier. They're using more modern gear. M. Gabriel. No, that's Carl Reiner. Oh, Gary's saying their ages. Yeah, I'm thinking 1,000-year-old man skit that Carl Reiner and Mel Brooks used to do. 78-year-old man, 68-year-old woman, not officially identified, but ages match Rob and his wife. Shit. Yep. Yep. Third Infantry Division, the Old Guard. They use some old. They have some old stuff in their inventory because of the various functions and whatnot that they do things for. Primarily around Arlington National Cemetery. And you got to be invited to join the Old Guard. Not just anybody gets in there. That is, if you are asked to be in the 3rd Infantry Division. That is an honor. That is by invite only. You can't just sign up for that. Yeah, putting in politics aside. Yeah, Spinal Tap. He also directed other things. I know what it was. It wasn't the Neverending Story. It was The Princess Bride that he directed. I knew it was one of those fantasy movies from that era. Yeah, he directed The Princess Bride. And of course, this is Spinal Tap. Yeah. And some other stuff. I just can't remember any of it. He had a bigger career as a director than he did as an actor. I mean, the one thing I remember him from as an actor would have been All in the Family. I couldn't name you another thing that he acted in, but yeah, directing, he directed a bunch of stuff. Yeah, Harry Met Sally. Yeah, that was another one that he did. Turn it up to 11. Everybody else's amplifiers only go up to 10. Ours go up to 11. My brother Will swore up and down that Spinal Tap was a real band. It was like, dude, seriously, you think every one of their drummers dies? Every single one of them dies constantly? What? It's like, are you that? I looked at him one day when he said that, and I was like, are you that stupid? Yeah. Okay. Well, that was one I mentioned was the Trapdoor Springfield. Yeah, I was trying to think of what ones would be realistic to be something that would still be in use. And the first thing my brain went to was the old guard with their muskets. Yeah, Gary says he never wanted to be an actor. Always preferred directing. Took the on the family job because he thought it would only last one season. You got a point, Moo. To be fair, if you're that stupid, would you really know? Yeah, I know. I had it. I don't know whatever happened to my copy. I had the Spinal Tap album on cassette, and I had their second one on cassette too because they did the movie soundtrack, and then they came out with another album later. I had both of them. I don't know whatever happened to them. They came out with a second album, and they actually went on tour for it, which was funny as hell. A made up band, made up for a movie that was a parody, basically a and yeah, they actually put out a pretty good album, especially when you factor in that the singer was Lenny from Laverne and Shirley, Michael McKean. Who was the other one? Harry Shearer, who would go on to be on The Simpsons, and then the Six Fingered Man from The Princess Bride was the other one, whose name I cannot remember right now. Moo, you're not short enough to be Squiggy. Gary's short enough to be Squiggy. Remember, Squeaky was just a little guy. Uh-huh. Lou says he's 5'8". I don't know. That still might be too tall to play Squiggy. I don't know. David Gary says David Lander was 5'3". He says he's 5'7". So you can play Squiggy with lifts. They say you're wearing lifts, so that's why you're taller. And you could play Shaggy. Yeah, probably. Who says I was heightening? Well, no. I said you were too tall to play Squiggy, and you're 5 inches too tall if you're only 5'8". If you're 5'8", and he was 5'3", you're 5 inches too tall. You're almost half a foot taller. So, what else we got? I don't know. We talked about the damn terror attacks. Jesus. Yeah, that was something. I wonder if Muslims are still and anti-Semites are still going off on X. that that was crazy. It's like, what are you people talking about? Oh shit. Erica Kirk put out a post. Candace Owens and I are meeting for a private in-person discussion Monday, December 15th. Candace and I agreed that public discussions, live streams, and tweets are on hold until after this meeting. Says she looks forward to a productive conversation. Damn, that should be interesting. Oh, breaking story. Brown University victim ID'd as Ella Cook 19, VP of the College Republican Club. Wow, I'm shocked that Brown would have a young Republicans club on there. As left wing as they are. But yeah, sad to hear. Yeah. Been a crazy weekend, man. Crazy weekend. One of the victims in Australia was a 10-year-old girl.
What's going on?
Well, I would say not a whole lot, but there's been a lot going on yesterday and today.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
Oh, let's see. We had a mass shooter incident at Brown University yesterday. Had 3 U.S. personnel killed in Syria yesterday in a ambush attack by somebody that they were working with. And today you had 15 Jews killed and 40 injured in a fire attack in Australia on opening day of Hanukkah. They're at a Hanukkah ceremony down there. So yeah, it's been a crazy weekend.
Yeah, I don't have a menorah around here, so I can't celebrate.
There's some Christians that celebrate Hanukkah because they said the apostles were still celebrating as Jews at that time period. And they're not completely wrong if you think about it. Remember, early Christians thought of themselves as Jews still.
So yeah, I just happened to be on X and I was catching some of this Rob Reiner. I saw his name was trending. So
Shit,
some people are saying that his son is a suspect.
The only thing I've been seeing on X today is first about the shooting at Brown yesterday, and then when the news of the Australian thing hit, that's all I've been hearing about is and seeing on my feed is the Australia thing. Bunch of anti-Semites and Muslims mostly.
And I heard there's a vacancy at the University of Michigan for a head football coach. So.
Yeah, we talked about that before.
Yeah, there's that whole, ink company, pen, ink thing, whatever. Yeah, you can't be doing that.
Especially with your executive assistant.
No.
Yeah, who thought that was a good idea?
Well, apparently he did.
Yeah, he did.
Well, how'd that work out for him?
Not very good.
No.
No.
What's the definition of a dipshit?
Well, first he gets his ass fired for it, and then he goes and gets in trouble for a domestic on top of that. So, I mean, yeah, he's a dumbass.
Well, if I was looking at losing $40 million, I'd be a little pissed off too. But go to her house and break in? Shit, come on, dude. What a dipshit.
Yep. That is the textbook definition of dumbass.
Dumbass. That's right.
Now, my question is, since he got bonded out, did he go back home to his wife?
Probably not.
Yeah.
He didn't go to his girlfriend's, that's for damn sure.
No, he was probably at the Holiday Inn Express. He might smarten up.
Oh my God.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. And Gabriel said, didn't he do that after he was fired? What did he do? Well, first he got caught basically sexual harassment of his executive assistant and some other stuff, and then got fired by Michigan for it. And afterward, he went and broke into her house and assaulted her.
Part of the story I heard was that she basically broke off the relationship. He in turn fired her. So she, in turn, went to the athletic department with proof of the relationship,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, and that all went down within a day or two, supposedly.
Yeah, I saw.
That's why he broke in and said you ruined my life. She literally did, but he had it coming.
Yeah, I read something that they looked at her financial records or her employment records, and she got a raise from like 50 grand to like 90 grand.
From
Uh,
48 to 90, yeah,
yeah,
almost
Mm-hmm.
doubled her salary.
Yeah.
I'm giving you a raise.
Mm-hmm. I'm giving you a raise. Okay. Did that clear yet? Okay. We're through. We're done.
And now it's coming out in the last couple of days that he's been DMing some OnlyFans models, and they're starting to spill the beans.
Yeah,
It's
Jesus.
like it just keeps getting better.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's married. Well, for now on paper.
Yeah. On paper, I think it would be safe to say separated at this point.
Yeah, yeah. Like she's a skinny blonde, and all the other ones are skinny blondes too. So he's got
But
a
so
type,
is his wife, yeah. As far as that goes.
right? So he's got a type for sure.
Yeah, he's the textbook definition of a dumbass.
Yep.
Yep.
Now there are people on X demanding that she be fired because she's just as guilty as he is, and it was her fault. Of
Well,
course, it was.
wasn't that the whole problem that he fired her? So she went public with everything because he fired her
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
when she broke it off with him.
The last I heard yesterday is they have launched an independent investigation into the entire athletic department in Michigan. So I think an AD is about to go down too.
Mm-hmm. Like Rob said
You need to
out there.
clean house.
Yeah, like Rob said out there in the chat, it's never a good idea to play at work.
No,
No.
obviously, clearly,
Especially not boss to employee.
yeah, that's even worse.
Mm-hmm.
Did we say dipshit again?
Dumbass. Dumbass.
Oh,
dumbass.
There's also people on X that were saying if he'd have beat Ohio State this year, that nothing would have ever come of this. So.
Yeah, all would have been forgiven if that would have happened.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Probably not wrong is the worst part.
Maybe Harbaugh will come back.
He ain't any worse. Let's put it that way.
Right.
All he did was cheat, but not on his wife.
Well, he did. Yeah. But the Lions did lose tonight, so.
Yeah, the Chiefs lost today. Mahomes is out for the rest of the season with a torn ACL.
Oh, he's the one that got hurt. I saw.
Things are not good in Kansas City. We're eliminated from playoff contention. Totally.
I saw where headline key Chiefs player injured with knee injury, but didn't say who in the headline.
Well, the good news of that is, Gary, you can take the rest of the season off.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Hey,
I can
stop
that YouTube TV subscription.
Right.
They aren't going to play any playoff games.
You're going to get a good draft pick.
Right.
Oh, but they got a good backup quarterback. We have Carter Minshew. Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
That's our backup quarterback. Where did he come from? Jacksonville, I think, something like that.
I don't know, but he's been all over the league.
Yeah, he's German.
He's had his moments.
Is he the lead singer in Limp Bizkit from
Yeah,
Jackson?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe they ought to go after some 45-year-old guy. Philip Rivers played today.
Did he?
Actually threw for a touchdown pass. Come damn close to winning the game.
I didn't watch any of the games today.
I watched the Bears beat the Browns today.
Pretty soundly. Yeah.
Everybody beats the Browns, man.
I was texting Obi and I'm like, hey, at halftime they're looking pretty decent. He goes, yeah, not really.
You got to remember, he's from the Chicago area. They don't celebrate the Bears doing anything unless they win the Super Bowl because it's all a failure otherwise.
Yeah, now I got Minnesota Dallas game on. It was neck and neck there for a little while, and now Minnesota's kicking their ass.
I'll root for anybody playing Dallas, but that's okay.
Mm-hmm. That's debatable too. Like if it's the Ravens playing Dallas, I got to root for Dallas. But even though I hate that idea, but same division with the Ravens, so I got to root against them.
If it was Al Qaeda playing Dallas, I'd be up in the stands with my banner that says "Go Abdul," man. I tell you what.
So if it were Denver playing the Cowboys, you'd root for Denver?
Oh yeah.
Even if it takes Denver losing for the Chiefs to get into the playoffs?
Chiefs ain't gonna go into the playoffs.
I'm saying hypothetically, Gary.
No, I ain't even entertaining any possibilities. It ain't happening.
No, I didn't say they're making the playoffs this year. I'm saying as a hypothetical.
Well, Denver, you got to watch out for Chargers. Are good out of that division this year too. Raiders suck.
Yeah.
We won't be in the cellar, that's for sure.
Yeah, you got that in favor. You're in the same division as the Raiders. There's something to be cheerful about. Uh-oh. You got Roland stuck in Rob's head out there, Moo, because you brought up Limp Bizkit.
He's just a mean motherfucker from Jacksonville.
Packrat saying the Houston mayor, a lifelong Democrat, got kicked out of the Democratic Party by the Democrats for some reason.
Probably being too logical or something.
M. Gabriel says he hasn't watched any football since Penn State went to hell earlier this year. Oh, God, yeah. Penn State, preseason #1. That didn't last long. Damn, did they buckle? Holy shit.
Okay, 5.5 minutes to go. Minnesota's up late.
Fucking Army loses by 1 yesterday to Navy.
Yeah.
Oh, that popped up. I didn't watch that game, though.
I did.
I caught the last couple of minutes of it.
I watched from kickoff, and they were talking about the beginning. You know how they do those promos about different players and stuff? Well, for this game, they were talking about former players who were killed in battle recently, either in Afghanistan or Iraq, and I must have been chopping onions when they were playing that video. It was an emotional video.
So the Heisman Trophy went to Fernando Mendoza of Indiana.
Yay. Rob says Army let them win. Seriously, I'm surprised Army was in the game, to be honest. They did not have a good season this year.
It's all about the he said, she said bullshit.
What, Army getting beat by Navy?
Oh, old Limp Bizkit lyrics.
I'm not a Limp Bizkit fan, so.
Well, I'm not either, admittedly.
The only song of theirs I even recognize is "Rollin'." That's only because it was used in wrestling. I couldn't tell you another one of their songs.
Yeah, it's all about the nookie.
Speaking about wrestling, John Cena had his last match ever last night. That was an emotional event for some people. You can see people in the crowd were just crying, like little kids and whatnot. My son didn't want to watch it. He's like, I don't want to watch that. I don't want to see part of my childhood die. Like, okay. He grew up watching Cena, you know. He's like, I don't want to. When Cena started wrestling, my son was like 5 years old. Yeah. Rob said, you didn't need to be a fan. It was everywhere back in the day. Yep. That song was everywhere.
That's my way or the highway.
Is George on your lap, Gary?
Yes, why?
I can hear him purring.
Yep, exactly.
Really?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you embarrassed him. You just got up and left.
He's like, son of a
You shamed my cat.
I'm outie.
I'm surprised you could hear him. I got my my ear pods in. So.
Yeah, I could hear him.
Yeah, no.
First, I thought it was a chair creaking or something. And I was like, wait a minute. No, that's a cat purring.
He's a good boy.
Mm-hmm.
He just wanted to say hi.
I can't own a cat. It would kill me.
Told you, man. Get a Russian blue. They're hypoallergenic.
That's a myth.
Mm-hmm. That's why Night Strike had a Russian blue, because he's allergic to. His grandmother was allergic to cats. I think it was.
That's the only pussy he could ever get.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Gabriel said he thought it was blue.
Not his grandmother.
No.
Oh shit!
His grandmother might have been a chair. She never appeared on camera. How do we know she was actually there?
It wasn't me. I was changing her diaper.
Maybe it was a psycho thing.
Oh shit!
Boo got it.
Well, she did have to take a shower.
Michael.
Oh,
But you'd be out there in the chat. He hadn't got any stones. He wouldn't.
No.
His stones must be the size of bowling balls. So they're all backed up.
And blue.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, probably not backed up. You know, he's manual labor kind of a thing.
He's an old man now.
Yeah, what's he got to be, like 30?
He's Night Strike. He's 41, I think. He's a year older than Snob. I think.
Damn, yeah, he probably would be that old now. We watched him grow up, guys.
I remember because he's about a year older than my son, so a year or two.
You're 105 years old.
It's not what your mom said.
Get off me. I got a DoorDash order coming.
Ooh, DoorDash is in trouble.
What? Really?
It's they're being investigated.
Jordash?
DoorDash. DoorDash. You know, the food delivery company? Yeah. There was something that came up on X earlier this week that they're being investigated for something. And then there was one of their drivers of some multicolored hair freak that saw that the family that she was delivering to had a Trump flag in their yard. So she sprayed their food with freaking pepper spray.
Oh, I saw that. Yes. Yeah. There's another dumbass.
Mm-hmm. Well, what makes it even worse is the people that got the food must have been dumbasses too, because they ate it, and one of them, and they got sick.
Yep.
Could you not smell the pepper spray? Did that just? Were you all super sick and congested or something? I mean,
Yeah, it was funny. I saw the video of the Ring door camera or whatever it was, and she's just sitting there just douching it down.
Right in front of the camera.
Yep. Like, there's cameras everywhere now, dude. It's like, what are you doing?
Figure out that people keep getting busted messing with food. Yeah.
Yeah, my son, when he was in between jobs, he did some DoorDashes and all, those other things. And I'm like, how many French fries did you get for free? He goes, all of them.
Oh, dude. Speaking of that, I don't know if you saw this one. There was just one guy who kept videoing himself and putting it on TikTok of him eating people's food that he was supposed to be delivering. Hello, dumbass. And he wonders why he got arrested.
I was watching one of those cop shows the other day, and the dude was totally hammered, and he's like, "You can't arrest me. I have a DoorDash order in the back seat. I gotta deliver." They're like,
"Was that the one where the police delivered the order?"
No, I saw that one too. No, this was a different one, but yeah. That was pretty good too.
Yeah, they pulled someone over and arrested them, so they delivered the order so that the people could have their dinner.
The thing is, it's already going to be cold, even if you're on time, right? And so they deliver it. It had to be heinous.
Hey, I give the cops credit. There's not a lot of that did that, because there's not a lot of them that would have.
No. I wonder if he got the tip. If they paid cash tip.
If they paid cash, maybe, yeah. But then he couldn't take it because they're not allowed to take tips.
Yeah, they can take bribes, but not tips.
No, they can't do that either.
Well, not legally.
The reason why they can't take tips is because it's considered taking a bribe.
Who's making these rules, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been listening from the beginning, Rich. I finished wrapping my 27th Christmas present.
You know how many Christmas presents I bought this year so far?
27?
One. I am so far backed up. No, I bought one.
I bought like 10 of them for myself.
I got some sitting in my Amazon cart that I got to deal with. Yeah, so far the only thing I got actually ordered is the bayonet lug for my son's N1 carbine.
Oh, going back to the M1 conversation now.
Mm-hmm. Well, talking about Christmas gifts, that's what I got ordered so far. I got his bayonet, my pair of headphones for my oldest daughter, and the magazine pouch for the M1 with the sling and the oiler in my Amazon shopping cart right now.
I shouldn't be buying myself stuff. I won 3 knives in 7 days, 2 of them from Gary.
Mm-hmm. I'm still mad that Amy was like, don't you dare go on YouTube. It's like, but Moose said, I don't care. No, we're doing family stuff.
That DK knife that I won from Ron Wayne. That
Yeah.
thing.
I won one too. Remember?
Oh, you got one of these?
No, I should.
Oh. Yeah, it's nice. It reminds me of my Spyderco PM2.
You know what the worst part? You know what the worst part of that is? The knife that I should have won that night is the one that when he was showing them off, that was the one I fucking wanted out of those.
Loser.
Mm-hmm. I made a mistake of going back and watching and seeing what knife I did.
No, can't do that.
Mm-mm. My curiosity got the better of me.
Yeah, I get it. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit.
Rob says he likes what some would call classic rock, but still consider it modern. But he guess old Metallica is classic. Yeah, dude. Metallica is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Let's just put that in perspective. So, I mean,
I like me some Metallica for sure.
Yeah. Let's look at bands that are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Metallica, Guns N' Roses, Def Leppard. These were all bands that came out when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And Gary's like, I was thinking stuff like that 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my son introduced me to Metallica.
Me, it was my cousin, but we were both kids at the time. I think I would have been 10 when Kill 'Em All came out. Ooh, Metallica trivia question. See if you two know the answer to this. What is the actual official album release that Am I Evil was on?
Oh, I have no idea. I thought you were gonna throw a softball and say like, who is the singer, like Dave Mustaine or something like that?
No, I'm asking because me and my son had this discussion the night we went to, up to the light to watch that light show. We were listening to Metallica the whole way up.
It was a bonus track on Kill 'Em All.
Yes, but it wasn't that was a re-release version of Kill 'Em All. That wasn't the actual official album release, though. That was as a bonus. And the reason why is because it was a B-side on a single off of Kill 'Em All. It was also a B-side on a single off of Ride the Lightning.
I mean, the core band, all the guys. I mean, there's been a few that have either died or changed out, but they've got. There must be a trivia question out there about how long, band members have been with the band. James and Lars and Kirk and
James and Lars are the two longest members.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's that? Kirk Hammett.
Kirk Hammett, yeah. You know who trained Kirk Hammett to play guitar?
Kermit the Frog.
No, Joe Satriani.
Oh, fuck yeah.
But no,
I would check that fucking Satriani teach how to play guitar. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, dude is. If you don't know who Joe Satriani is, guys, go out there and picking up Surfing with the Alien.
Yeah,
it will blow your fucking mind.
Oh yeah, yeah. I have that. Yep. Yeah, it's really good. Really, really good.
Anyway, you guys give up?
I give up.
Give up, Gary?
Give up.
Garage Inc. was the actual first official album release of the song. It was included on the extended version of the reissue of Kill 'Em All and on the remaster of Ride the Lightning, but it didn't appear on either one of the original albums. It was a B-side on singles off of both of those albums, but didn't appear as an official album track until Garage Inc., the cover album. Crazy, right? I was listening to that song 20 years before it was an official release. Well, no, not quite 20. Almost. Because Garage Inc. came out in what, 98?
For my time.
You know, another guitarist I really like it reminded me a lot of Satriani, was Stevie Vai.
Guess who trained him?
Satriani?
Yeah. Satriani trained Vai and Hammett.
No wonder why I like him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it was 98.
Rob says sometimes he thinks I'm a robot.
Maybe you are.
No, not quite.
You're AI.
Mm-hmm.
Like what's his face on the Overnight?
Yeah, but
Baron.
Yeah, my son and I, we were arguing over whether Am I Evil came on the playlist we were listening to. We were arguing over what album it came out on because it didn't show the album art. So,
what's your favorite Metallica album?
My favorite Metallica album? It's either S&M or Master of Puppets.
Ron 2A's getting some cancer removed.
I'd have to go with Master of Puppets overall.
Gary in the laundry.
I don't know what I thought he went outside and it was super windy. I mean, he is in Kansas.
What?
Crawled into the
I don't know. You're making all kinds of noise or something.
I don't know what you're picking up.
I don't know. It sounded like you were like rubbing against them. Something was blowing or rubbing against them.
You had a bunch of Walmart bags in front of your microphone.
Yeah.
There's something's wrong with my AirPods.
Oh, it's rubbing on your bush.
They're in my ears, you noob.
Hey, no judgment. It's been a while since you manscaped.
How about now?
Oh, that sounds really good.
Some reason, Rumble Studio switched me over to my microphone, which is clear, like 3 feet away from me.
Oh, it's like 10 by 10 right now.
Yeah, you sound pretty good right now. Yeah.
It's weird.
That's weird.
Rob said probably gonna get Elon's head chip installed. I don't know if he's talking about Ron 2A or who he's talking about.
I don't know.
And my wife's, she was on her Christmas list was new earbuds. And I go, just get that chip installed from Elon. You can listen to anything you want.
Have you seen the videos of the guy that like had no ability to move his arms and stuff? Now he can move his arms slightly after getting that implant.
No way.
Yeah, it puts like sensors in your arm, and then the chip in your head, and your chip in the head controls the sensors in the arm, and it's able to like do something to the muscles in his arm and make it where his arm will move.
That's fucking amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah, it stimulates the muscle or something.
So like I guess I had my back surgery for no damn reason.
Well, they ain't at that point yet.
That was
Neuralink. It's Neuralink.
2005 is when I had my back surgery. That was the best decision I ever made. had that conversation with my wife Friday night. She goes, "You were such a fucking asshole for 5 years," because I was in pain constantly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my uncle, when he hurt his back at work, man, he was always in pain. He became an alcoholic because he was constantly drinking. Because there was the way he could get the pain to go away. None of the pain medications they were giving him were doing anything.
I can empathize. Yeah,
Now he's a preacher. Like,
yeah, the pain meds. You know, it was back then. It was Vicodin, and it didn't really do shit for the pain, but I just didn't give a shit.
mm-hmm.
It still hurt. I just said, "Fuck it."
Yeah, I go hang out in his house in the morning. By around noon, 1 o'clock, I'd leave because I knew what was coming after that.
Oh, gotcha.
He was sober in the morning. Yeah, I used to go bird watching at his house with him because he was like he couldn't really do anything, so he got into like doing bird watching and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was the only one of the nieces or nephews that would like sit and watch Discovery Channel and stuff with him too.
So that's where the conversation started, because I need both my knees replaced.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, you've turned into that same guy that when you needed back surgery, because my knees are all jacked. So dealing with that right now.
Mm-hmm. I can relate to the knee pain. We've had that discussion before.
Yeah, I tell my physical therapist, I think I told you this one. She looked at my x-rays. She's like, "Why are you coming back every week? There's nothing I can do for you."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like the nurse practitioner base is what I see normally at the doctor's office.
Yeah.
He's like, "We're going to get you x-rays and then we're going to get you into physical therapy." He took a look at the x-ray on my left knee. He's like, nix that. There's no point.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like,
severe osteoarthritis, bone on bone. Your right leg is compensating for your left leg. That one's fucked too. So yeah.
Yeah, my right
You
knee.
getting both done at once, Moo? Because your wife's going to be wiping your butt for you for like a month.
She said she would never do that. Good thing I have a bidet.
Yeah, but you ain't going to be able to squat on the toilet.
I can fall backwards like a pro.
We're just gonna have one of them fancy toilets with all the handles around it.
Have to stand up and poop.
Jesus. I just shit. I woke up, took a shit, got out of bed.
Just cut a hole in the bed, and have your butt sit right over top of it and have a bucket underneath.
There you go. Well, Minnesota's in the victory formation. They're going to win 34-26.
Damn, that game's still going? Wasn't it like a half hour ago that you said that it was only like 5 minutes left?
Yeah, the last 5 minutes of NFL game,
I know. Take forever.
Yeah, yep. Just clock just ran out. Final 34-26.
Yeah.
Minnesota over Dallas.
The Army-Navy game yesterday started out so fast. The first half was over within like 55 minutes. Then the second half drug out.
I like those games. They go fast.
Mm-hmm. Game started at 3. The first half was over at 3:55. Jesus Christ, this is going fast.
Well, the Lions and LA game today, because Stafford's their new quarterback. He used to be our star quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
We were kicking their ass till the half, and they must have had a come to Jesus meeting at the halftime break. They came back, kicked our ass for the rest of the game.
No, yesterday Navy was down for most of the game, and then they got touchdown late in the second half and took the lead by 1. And then Army fucked up.
Pack Rats got a doctor's appointment tomorrow too.
Oh wow. I don't. For once.
I just lost my PCP. He's going on to do a geriatric residency. So lost him, which really pissed me off because I really liked him.
There's a guy I see now for general practice. He used to work with Amy at the hospital.
Yeah? Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a couple of nice. They got a PA and an NP that are really cool. I like it. I'll probably just stay with them.
Yeah, when they were working together, it was when she would work float pool, and she would work in intensive care at times, and he was an intensive care nurse at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So they worked together there and in the ER, because sometimes he'd be in the ER.
Our ER got locked down last Saturday, a week ago Saturday. Some dude shot up the place.
Jeez. Thought you were in Michigan, not Rhode Island.
Right?
For those of you who don't know, Brown University is in Rhode Island.
Yeah, that's messed up, man.
Yeah.
Was there 15 people injured and
Yeah, 2 dead.
yeah. That's messed up.
And according to some witnesses, you want to take a guess what he yelled?
Allah Akbar.
Yeah. Well, you were there at the beginning, so you know. But yeah. But it's a white guy, so you got. Huh?
Even if I wasn't, that would be my default.
Right. But it was a white guy. And there's a bunch of Muslims on X before the Australia thing broke. They were going about how he couldn't possibly be a Muslim because he was white. I was like, so was Muhammad. Okay, for those of you who don't know, according to the Quran and Hadith, Muhammad was the whitest guy you'd ever want to see. I forget, his shin shone like alabaster. It's one of the phrases they use to describe how white he was. So, to the point where if you said Allah wasn't white, they could. It was a death sentence back then. They would literally kill you if you said he wasn't white. Which, ironically enough, makes Muhammad a white slave trader.
Is there good money? Good money in that? Maybe I should look at that.
What, being Muhammad?
Slave trader.
Oh. Hey, they still do it over in the Middle East. I mean,
so you're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance, yeah.
J.J. McCarthy. He's U of M's quarterback. Now he's for Minnesota. Anyway. Turn that off.
Gary's being quiet. Think he snuck off to get a snack?
I bet she's getting a snack.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was a second ago. I'm waiting for it to get done. I'm going to go back in and get it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, freezer pizza?
Popcorn, microwave popcorn.
Oh, that shit's bad for you.
Yeah.
Don't get me started. Remember Jason Stewart's horror stories about microwave popcorn?
But it's delicious.
I know. But do you remember when he used to tell us the stories about how people in his town died from cancer because they had a microwave popcorn plant in town or some shit? Like, okay. For the life of me, I don't remember whatever brought it up, but yeah, that was like Jason's go-to story back in the day before he was too good to come on shows anymore. Ooh, speaking of knives, I sold a bunch more Ravencrest. I got
So
100.
is the moon landing fake? I want to know.
Depends on who you ask, I guess. I say no. Moon landing was not fake.
But Titanic was fake.
Well, no, the Titanic wasn't fake. The Titanic was a setup, which I don't believe either. Was Moo there for that conversation?
I don't think so.
It was Scotsman was on the panel that night.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, now it's going through my brain. It was like, didn't they switch the name of the boat?
No, that's not what he was going after. He was going after that the Titanic was intentionally sunk by ramming it into an iceberg to kill enemies of like J.P. Morgan or some shit.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm familiar with that conspiracy theory.
Yeah. I think that was the same show where math wasn't universal.
Is
Am
that
I
like,
right on that?
is that like gravity is subjective or something?
I don't know. But am I right on that, Gary? That was the same chat, right? Yeah, he probably stepped away.
I think so.
Yeah, I think that was the same chat. And best part is Jason is like agreeing with Scotsman. And afterwards, he texts me, dude, I didn't believe a damn fucking word he was saying. I was just egging him on.
Doctors don't try to help people.
Mm-hmm. At one point, I called it, no wonder they're sticking up for himself. They're both named Jason. The Jasons are sticking together here. Good. For those who don't know, Crazy Scotsman's name is Jason.
Well, that explains a lot.
Mm-hmm. Oh, his last name's
Jason Scotsman.
No,
I know what his last name is.
Yeah, so do I. And it's funny.
It's a conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
There's your hint.
Mm-hmm. Matt Damon might be involved somewhere.
It might be.
Mm-hmm.
It has been confirmed, by the way, the Rob Reiner story.
Oh, damn. Damn, I don't get to pick on him on X anymore. You want to talk about somebody that came out with some wild shit on X? It was Rob Reiner. Oh, boy. That guy had Trump derangement syndrome like you wouldn't believe. It was an acute case. But yeah, still. For his legacy as far as the movies he directed and being meathead, sad to see him go. Politically, goodbye. I mean, he did direct some good movies. And All in the Family is an all-time classic TV show. So what else is going on, guys? Anything?
No, just winding down for Christmas, hunkering down, and
It's less than 2 weeks from now, man.
I know it's crazy. I'm all done wrapping all my gifts. No, wait, I lied. I have 2 more coming in.
Amy, sometime this week, I don't remember what day she said, wants to go Christmas shopping. After she gets off work, she wants to go 2 hours away to go Christmas shopping. I'm like, are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
I got 1, 2, 3, 3 more coming on Amazon for tomorrow, and then I'll be done.
Yeah, I said, I've gotten one thing done. One thing. But that's because we haven't had the fucking money.
Money's a key component.
Yeah. Having to replace all that shit and the repairs that needed done from when the fucking basement flooded back in May.
I don't like that.
Yeah, washer and dryers aren't cheap. Water heaters aren't cheap. Having to replace your entire basement electrical system isn't cheap.
Damn, that must have been a hell of a flood.
It was about knee deep at one point.
Yikes.
And all the moisture when it was evaporating fucked up the electrical system, corroded everything. Because of the composition of what was in the water.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was raw sewage, man, a lot of it.
Gross.
Yeah.
No shit.
No, there was a lot of that. That was the problem.
I mean, I know what I put down there. Yeah.
Yeah, it was nasty. It started out as clear rainwater, but then once the tiled sewer system started backing up, it was all she wrote. If the town's sewer system wouldn't have backed up, we would have just had a bunch of rainwater in the basement. Wouldn't have been no big deal. That would have just drained and that would have been the end of it. As it started where rain was coming in underneath the basement door because it was coming down so hard and fast that it was, flooding out right outside the basement door. And then it started coming in underneath the door. And that flooded maybe like 2 inches on the basement floor right there by where the door is and everything. It was going down the drain, but it was going down too slow to make up for how fast the rain was coming in. You know what I mean? And then all the debris and stuff that was getting washed outside by the rain and whatnot started clogging up the sewer lines and everything. And then sewage started backing up. And yeah, that wasn't good. That wasn't good at all. Had to buy a new Christmas tree, too. So, yeah. Haven't even got that set up yet.
Well, you can wait till next year now.
Yeah, right. No, she wants to rearrange the living room and do that this week sometime. She's like, the tree's my Christmas present. I'm like, okay, I'm done then. She said that the other day, and I was like, oh, thank God I don't have to buy anything else. $250 Christmas tree? Okay. It's actually a $500 tree. Got it on sale. So, if you want to believe Hobby Lobby sales. Because it's funny, everything's always 50% off at Hobby Lobby. You ever notice that?
Right. Yep.
But not every Christmas tree was marked as being on sale, though. So I don't know. The trees might be right. There was one tree they wanted $700 for.
Yeah, it took me 33 years to convince my wife to get an artificial tree.
Artificial trees are so much easier.
Yep.
It only took our daughter having asthma. She can't be around real trees in the house. Real trees outside, because they're not cut, it's not as bad. You don't get the tar coming out of the base of the tree and everything. But when it comes to a cut tree, she can't be around them. Sets her asthma off every damn time. To the point my mother-in-law started using an artificial tree.
Asthma's no joke, man. My ex-girlfriend died from that, and so did my neighbor.
My mother-in-law, she always had a real tree, but when my daughter's asthma got super bad, she transferred over to do an artificial too because she didn't want her getting sick at her house, you know.
I used to enjoy going out and cutting my own tree. And then I got old and lazy. And it always was like, hey, we're going to get our tree today. I'm like, son of a bitch.
It was nice in Pittsburgh having a real tree because you didn't have to worry about trying to dispose of it. You just threw it out with the garbage and they took it. the city trash collectors would just take your tree with your garbage, threw it in the back of the garbage truck, and off it went.
Yeah, we got a local farm that will come pick up your real tree for free because they feed it to their goats.
Around here, you got to pay to have it hauled away if you don't take it to the dump yourself.
I'll dump that on the side of the road next to my mattress.
It's like $50 to have somebody come and take your tree away. It's like, fuck that shit.
Good Lord. That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Just tie it to your back bumper and wait for it to fall off.
Yeah. My father-in-law, when he was alive, and they still had, and it before my daughter started having their issues with the cut evergreens, he would just take the tree and take it down into the woods somewhere and dump it. It was all his property, so nobody could say anything.
Just take it in back of some apartment complex and put it in their dumpster. Trust me, nobody pays a damn bit of attention.
Oh, they did our part. When we lived in the townhouses, there were people that were caught. They had them prosecuted. They got their license plate numbers and everything. Yeah, they were prosecuted for it. So gotta be careful doing that, especially like we were talking earlier with cameras being everywhere. We had people come and just think they were going to dump their garbage in the complex's dumpsters. Somebody threw a couch in the one dumpster the one time. They got in trouble for that.
Oh, I've seen box springs and everything else in ours.
Yeah, if you were one of the residents and you did that, fine. But there were people coming from other places doing it in there. They weren't having it. Like, nope. They had cameras that were pointed right at the dumpster, and they would follow the car as they were going out. So they got their license number, and their license plate number, and they prosecuted people. They didn't care if you didn't belong there and you were putting stuff in that dumpster. Forget it. You were getting a visit.
Just take your trash to a car wash and throw it in their trash can.
Mm-hmm.
We used to do that. That's how we clean out our cars. At least in high school, get rid of a bunch of beer cans, just pull in the car wash and throw it in their trash cans.
That's what they're there for. Clean your car out. One saving grace when we had the flooding is we didn't have to pay for the dumpster. Our neighbor bought the dumpster and told us, hey, just go and throw your trash in there too. I ain't going to use this whole damn thing. Between the two of us, we filled it 3/4 of the way. Got all the shit out of our basements.
How big a one was it?
I don't know. I don't know size on these things. It was probably like a medium size, I guess, if you would say.
Were the sides above your head or below?
It was more like a construction dumpster, one of the long ones.
I thought you meant like one of those rollaways they
Yeah,
all over to a house.
yeah. It was like a medium-sized one of those. Yeah, Rob says he's got to take off. All right, have a good night, Rob.
Later, Rob.
So when's the bracket?
Don't have one. I had one set up, but the damn thing got deleted. So
Hey, it's sounding like Foss now. Jeez.
Likely story.
no, my computer fucking rebooted and it deleted the damn bracket. It didn't restore it like it normally would. So I don't have a bracket. And I was busy today. I didn't get a chance to freaking put it back together. Hell, I was in the middle of putting the show together, and Amy's wanting me to fucking do more Christmas shopping on Amazon. I was like, Amy, I got a show to do in like 15 minutes. I can't be doing that now.
I'm gonna go to work, bitch.
How do you prepare for your show anyway? Do you go on X and type Muslim or something like that? I mean,
Getting everything set up. You gotta get your background set up and all that stuff. No, the Muslim stuff I already know. I don't have to look that up.
It was only 90 seconds into your show when you started talking about Muslim.
yeah.
Well, that was because
Moo was timing you.
that was the topic of the show. I mean, it's like, all three things that happened this weekend were all connected somehow. It's like there was no getting around it. That's what happens when the Muslims act up. They act Muslim. The Muslims act like Muslims. I mean, what are you going to do?
I'm surprised they haven't burnt your house down, man.
Shit, there's
The
people that,
basement was flooded.
there's people that say worse shit than I have. Believe it or not. I have had Pakistan try and get my Twitter account back in the day deleted before. That was before Elon bought Twitter. I actually got a screenshot from the message I got from Twitter at the time telling me that Pakistan wanted them to turn over information on me so that they could press charges in Pakistan against me. And Twitter told them no. This isn't something new that I've been doing. I've been doing this for a while with the Muslim thing, just not on YouTube. I mean, it was my specialty in college, for Christ's sake. Islamic terrorism. How to counter it. And dealing with the aftermath and all that good stuff.
I went on to the Flock, what the hell was it? Flock camera locations around me or whatever. There's like hundreds of Flock cameras around here. I expanded it out, and like Detroit has thousands of them.
I wonder why that would be.
Right? Go back to your Muslim thing.
Oh, you want to go back there? I pissed a bunch of Muslims off this week because I told them not only is Muhammad a pedophile, so is Allah. Oh, there's a story. There's a story behind that because the apocryphal of James, Muslims keep wanting to cite that, saying that Mary was only 12. They completely ignore the fact that it says that even if you go by that, it says that Mary was betrothed to Joseph at 12, but she gave birth at 16. That's what it says in the apocryphal of James, right? but they think that means that she was pregnant when she was 12. If so, that was the longest pregnancy in the history of mankind. That would have been 4 years. So I threw back at them. Well, if Mary was only 12, that means you're Allah's a pedophile, because if you read the Quran, it says that Allah and Jibril, their version of the angel Gabriel, breathed into Mary's nether regions, the exact term they use, to initiate her conceiving Isa, their version of Jesus. So I said, if she was only 12, because you say that Allah, your Quran says Allah did this, he's a pedophile too. they didn't take kindly to that. So yeah, they didn't like that one. I don't know why they wouldn't like that. I mean, I'm just using their logic against them, right?
I put that website in the chat.
Yeah, I see.
So you can see where the flock cameras are around you. You put in your zip code.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have like 354 around, like within like a 2-mile radius of my house. So I plan my trips if I'm going to the store or something to go around them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised they don't have one in your driveway to catch you next time you fall out there.
Probably do. No, that would be good. At least you can see me eating shit in the driveway. I almost took a header when I was snowblowing the other day. I just run the snowblower 3 times within 7 days. We had so much snow.
Apparently, there ain't any here.
And my son, he ran it twice.
Yeah, I just ran our zip code. There's nothing.
Yeah, I looked at my dad's place up in northern Michigan. There's nothing around him.
Yeah, there's nothing here. You get up to Cumberland, there probably are. But yeah, here there's none.
Not yet.
There's nothing showing up on the mapping Cumberland, Maryland either. Oh no, there is. There's one at the hospital. That's it. The hospital showing up.
I think they were originally introduced for ICE enforcement.
That's possible.
And then they just I was Dr. Pepper, and then
got 6 people over on X. We got more people on X than YouTube right now. Wow.
I show YouTube only has 1.
Yeah, I know.
Is that me?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I was panicking yesterday. I lost my Benchmade 940 Osborne. I couldn't find it. I got a new knife holder thing, display thing. Like, where the hell's my Osborne at? So I had to dump out my laundry baskets, and I found it. So all is good. It was in my blue jeans that I wore to deer camp a few weeks ago. When you live in pajamas, you don't. and you got to have, when you're on virtual meetings, you got your stunt shirts nearby. So you're wearing, that's what I call them. Yeah.
Throw it on over top of your T-shirt.
Yep. Wearing the same T-shirt for 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
Just throw on a collared shirt for the video.
Mm-hmm.
Wearing pajama pants or sweatpants or whatever fuck pants you're wearing.
Oh, yeah.
If you're wearing pants.
Oh, yeah. Dude, they do that. They do that for network news. We took a tour in what was it, 7th or 8th grade of local TV station in Pittsburgh, WPXI, the NBC affiliate, and the anchors are all running around in T-shirts and jeans until camera time. Then they put on a shirt and jacket over top,
Yep.
male and female. Like you see the lady anchor, she'll like have on this nice, what you think is like a nice dress or something. Nope, she's got like sweatpants with a really expensive shirt on over, because you don't see what's below the counter, you know.
When COVID hit and we went 100% remote, I had the same white collared shirt 27 days in a row.
Well, you're only wearing it for what, like 5 minutes?
There's 3 hours.
Yeah, I know.
There's like 2 or 3 meetings back to back.
Yeah.
But I would just, and then when the meetings got done, I just hung it back up on the door handle of my closet.
Yep.
It's not, you don't have to smell good. You just have to look good.
Yeah. There is no smell-o-vision.
No, not yet.
God help us when there is.
No shit. If that was the case, this show would be a problem. I didn't shower today.
Man, I went to bed wearing the clothes I was wearing yesterday, and I'm still wearing the clothes.
You see, there you go.
Yeah. It's like...
Well, and then when I'm running the smoker and stuff, I smell like fucking barbecue.
Well, to be fair, I had to do laundry today because I didn't have any clean underwear to put on anyway. What would have been the point of taking a shower? Put the thing on dirty.
In my case, I'm still getting over sick, and I just didn't fucking want to be bothered. It's like, fuck it. I don't care.
Yeah, my laundry basket.
I don't care.
Really,
ain't nobody coming over here, and I ain't going nowhere today. I'm in sweats. Screw it.
Oh, shit. Rob Reiner did Stand By Me, too. I forgot about that. That was another one of his. Yeah.
Oh, I was starting to tell you guys I about ate shit on the driveway, snow blowing, and so we're watching television last night, watching a movie. I got my feet up on the footrest, and the inside of my left ankle is all bruised. And my daughter goes, "What the fuck's up with that?" I'm like, I had to catch myself.
You need to quit going outside when it's snowing. That's all there is to it at this point. You're not made for snow.
I concur.
I said, make them kids do that shit.
I know, right?
Well,
they're living there at home, making them go do it.
My son does it quite a bit, but I actually enjoy it. Call me crazy.
Okay, you're crazy.
Yeah.
Plus I do it right. You know what I mean?
Oh shit! They're a breaking story. 5 Muslims were caught in Germany getting ready to attack one of those Christmas markets. Jesus, what is with it in Muslims attacking shit this weekend?
Maybe they just identify as Muslims.
Good Lord.
Were they students at the University of Michigan, by chance? Could be.
No. You got 3 Moroccans, 1 Egyptian, and 1 Syrian.
On an expired work visa.
Yeah. Well, it's Germany, so they just let them come in through a revolving door.
The goddamn Germans got nothing to do with it. Name that movie.
Yeah. Smokey and the Bandit.
Yes, sir. You sounded much taller on radio. I am Sheriff Branford.
Daddy, the door.
Where's Midnight when you need him? He's got all the Smokey and the Bandit quotes.
Five arrested over plot to attack German Christmas market.
Damn flock camera.
Germans are getting ballsy lately going against the Muslims over there. They ain't been putting up with shit lately. There were a bunch of them that tried doing that praying in the street thing. They broke that up real fucking quick.
But they have fire trucks and
No, they went after them with clubs.
Oh, there you go. You're part of the club.
Well, they were part of the club. You know, there was a little bit of their blood on this one, a little bit of their blood on that club. You know,
Got your club membership renewed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, depending on what part of Germany you're in, they've had about enough. They let all these Muslims in trying to be nice, and they go pulling this kind of shit. They've had their fill. Between that and the rape gangs and shit.
I don't care what your religion is. If you're an asshole, you need to get clubbed.
Mm-hmm.
Like a harp seal.
Oh, be quiet. Stupid snowball.
No.
You know, we're back up to 3 on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the shit show.
Yeah. Wonder where Barbecue and Foss are.
Probably having a tickle fight.
Long distance.
You just imagine that in your head. Barbecue and Foss having a tickle fight.
Feathers the across all the way across the country. It's a Far Side comic. Remember the Far Side?
Oh yeah. That was the
Long
best.
range tickle fight. Feathers that stretch all the way across the country. Mr. Bob Duck is out
He
there.
brought his own Charmin.
Please don't squeeze a Sherman.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
Well, that's what Barbecue said when he was having a tickle fight with Foz. Biting his ass cheek and stuff.
I couldn't help but go in a store and squeeze a Sherman every once in a while, just see if it'd piss anybody off.
Yeah, right.
Nobody ever noticed.
Well, I was a kid when those commercials were, so we would.
Oh yeah.
We would go and squeeze it. My mother was like, "Don't squeeze the damn toilet paper." But Mom,
Just take a shit in the aisle, like a normal person.
say New York City or San Francisco.
I actually buy Sherman.
Hmm?
I say I actually buy Sherman for my place.
We get the Walmart version. It's just as good, honestly.
I can afford the name brand.
No, we can too. It's just the Walmart one. Actually, Sam's Club. It comes in a bigger pack. You get more. It's basically the same freaking thing. Got the same pattern and everything on it. It's like, what the fuck? What are we paying that for that when we get more in this and it's almost identical?
If it's going against my tushy, I want it to be comfortable.
It is. God, now we're talking about toilet paper. We've taken a step up from Islam. Now we're talking about toilet
Oh, you had a basement full of sewage, so toilet
Yeah.
paper's not that far, away.
paper. Surprisingly, there was no toilet paper floating in the basement. That was the crazy part. Like, did everybody in this neighborhood get a bidet? What the fuck? Mr. Bub says, squeeze away, toilet paper ain't going to break. No, but you're going to take all the cushiness out of it. That's what the joke of the commercial was. Everybody's going around squeezing the Charmin, they're going to wear it out.
Don't matter because half the time you buy this stuff, they've squished the box somewhere and the rolls are in an oval shape and you can't hardly get it to roll on a damn roller.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the old days where some of those, you'd go into a public toilet and they'd have the toilet paper roller that would only allow it to go around once.
No, I can't say I've seen that.
You felt like vandalizing a damn place. It's like, seriously? You think
Remember
it's going to
paid?
keep me from using a lot of paper? I'll just tear off 19 times.
Remember paid toilets?
I remember them, yeah.
We used to just climb underneath the door.
Or it's nice and clean. Why wouldn't you? Shit.
I'm not paying for this. Was it like a quarter to something like that to use the toilet? Like, fuck that. I'm not using my gumball money on the toilet.
So you just wait till somebody else comes out and say, hold the door.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you were lucky, you caught somebody coming out of it. I gotta go to the bathroom. Hold it until we get home. I don't want to pay or you use the toilet.
I don't know if you guys are talking to me, but I had to talk to my daughter for a second.
Oh, what'd you tell her?
To pay my house payment.
Tell her to pay mine too.
Yeah. We were just talking about the accursed old pay toilets.
Oh. Yeah, it was I think it was 10 cents.
Yeah.
That's what I remember is dimes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we were too cheap to pay a dime to use the toilet. We would just climb under the door.
Crawl under, man.
Yep.
Young people don't even know what pay phones were.
Mm-hmm. You go to the mall and you go to the bathroom and fucking toilet, you had to pay to use it. Mr. Bob says, pay toilets? No way, I ain't paying for that shit. No.
Yeah, the phone booths, those are pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. What I never got was, why do you have a pay toll phone booth inside of a building? You know, why not just have the wall-mounted payphone? No, I've seen buildings where there was an outside-style phone booth inside the building.
Privacy.
I've never seen that.
You never seen that, Moo?
Not a phone booth inside a building, no.
Yeah.
I have.
The Superman-style phone booth, yeah. Seen them inside the building.
Yeah, with the bifold door.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had two of them in my small town of 2,000 people.
When they started taking the payphones out, true story, we got a bunch of old payphone cages out at work, and the security guards would set them up in the perimeters for the guard post. When the weather was bad, they wanted to get them out of the weather because you could see out all sides of it. So,
Justin Grimm's out there again. He said, yeah, he's seen the phone booth inside of a building.
Yeah, we had a payphone in our high school. And we used to do a collect call to my mother when I was done from wrestling practice. And it's like, do you accept the charges? No. That was a signal for her to come pick me up.
Yeah, it's like after football practice, I would do that. Only I'd call my friend's house because he lived like right down the street from the school. It's like, dude, I'm out of practice. I'm coming over. Like, you know.
It's the same thing, but our payphone was out in the lawn outside the school. It was on a corner.
Yeah, we had payphones all over the place when I was in high school, inside the school. There was a bank of them down by the cafeteria. Then there was the one I always used was right across the hall from the principal's office.
How many people were in your graduating class?
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh, about $3,000.
No shit.
Yeah.
We were supposed to have 103, but 4 of them were pregnant. They couldn't walk, so we had 99. And thankfully, none of them were mine. So
yeah, I'm counting. By the way, I'm counting all the high schools in the city of Pittsburgh. It's probably more than that, actually. Now that I think about it, my high school was the largest. We had 1,000 in our high school alone graduating.
yeah. What about you, Gary? How many were in your graduating class?
45.
Oh, that's what my wife had. She had 44. Yep. Town of
Amy
850 people.
Amy had like 18. She went to a
Damn.
small school. She went to a small school.
Clearly.
Well, the town that she went to school in only had 1,000 people.
Well, that's mathematically correct because 2,000 people, we had 100. Yep.
Yeah, I used to pick on her that my high school had more students than her hometown has people. You could fit everybody from her hometown in my high school and still have room left over. My high school was like half the size of the Pentagon. In case you don't get the idea, that's huge.
I bet your high school didn't have an airplane running to it.
No.
Quote unquote airplane.
Oh, no, I saw it was an airplane.
I thought it was a missile.
No, it wasn't a missile. Don't believe everything some moron says online.
Where's the debris?
I helped clear it.
How come there's no wing damage going into the building? It was just a hole.
Because the wings sheared off. You ever see an airplane crash? The wings on a jet airliner are low. They drag on the ground and they shear off. They don't stay in. People don't have any idea what happened at the Pentagon.
What about all the files that were missing now? All the files. Yeah.
All the files off the plane?
No, all the files that were in the Pentagon.
Well, there was like this thing called a fireball that kind of destroyed some of the stuff. I mean, it happens.
Well, all the files that were in Building 7.
See, last answer.
What else I got? Oklahoma City bombing was an inside job.
I thought you were going to go with fire doesn't melt steel.
Oh, yeah, jet fuel can't melt steel.
No, fire. Rosie O'Donnell, fire doesn't melt steel.
Burning jet fuel does.
You get a wood fire hot enough, it'll melt steel too. How do you think they did it in the old days, you fat cow?
Welcome to the Bronze Age.
Yeah, right? The Iron Age, the Middle Ages, they did all that shit with fire.
Fire's not hot enough.
Fire with bellows is plenty hot enough. You give that fire enough air.
It's just fire, though. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Oh, somebody pulled that shit. I was like, dude, there's a show on History Channel. It's called Forged in Fire, where they do it every fucking week.
Oh yeah, Justin Graham's getting what I was laying down.
Mm-hmm.
JFK inside job.
Yeah. Well, the files that were destroying the Pentagon were all the JFK files.
RFK inside job.
Believe it or not, I've heard somebody make that claim before. That's why I.
Oh, what about John F. Kennedy Jr. was running against Hillary Clinton when his plane mysteriously crashed?
Well, so I've heard somebody say he was shot down with a missile. I was like, really? Yeah.
Was that from the Whitewater subdivision?
So was Flight 93 too.
Mm-hmm.
What was that one over Malaysia?
Oh, the one that the Russians blew up. It was a Malaysian Air flight, but supposedly it was shut down by the Russians.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the claim that the Russians shot it down.
No.
How do you explain Building 7? Well, it was the third tallest building on the premises, and you just had two massive skyscrapers that were on the same foundation fall. The foundation ain't going to be the most stable, and boom, down goes the building.
It was like 150 miles away, though, wasn't it?
No, wasn't that far from it at all. They were on the same building foundation.
Well, that's bad engineering.
Well, remember, the whole thing was built on landfill, too.
Oh, yeah. Didn't they discover like an ancient ship that was underground when they were excavating for those foundations?
I have no idea, honestly. But it's like downtown Pittsburgh. It's all built on landfill. That part of Manhattan, it's all landfill. That's underneath there. It's not solid ground.
Thank God for plastic bottles.
Like if you look at an old map of downtown Manhattan, or where downtown Manhattan is right now, from back in the early 1700s.
Oh, it was way smaller.
Yeah, it's all a bunch of little islands.
Mm-hmm.
Downtown Pittsburgh's the same way. It was all just a little bunch of islands that formed like a delta where the rivers combined. Yeah, like Justin said, it's terrible ground. Yeah. It was those two buildings coming down were a perfect storm of disaster for the rest of that complex. If the other buildings were as tall as Building 7, they all would have probably collapsed as well.
So here's a question for you, Rich. Off the wall question. District of Columbia.
Uh-huh.
What state gave up the land for that?
Virginia and Maryland.
The existing District of Columbia.
Yeah. Maryland.
Because it is now smaller than it used to be. Some of the land was given back.
Yeah, most of it was given up by Virginia, but the two states were Virginia and Maryland.
Right.
Didn't they take
what remains of DC actually all came from Maryland.
Didn't they take that back recently to one of the other states, whatever it was?
Well, Arlington originally was part of D.C., but it was an actual neighborhood in D.C., but they split it off into a separate town in Virginia. That's why you had like Arlington National Cemetery and the Pentagon both in Arlington, Virginia.
I should probably see if I could buy a plot at Arlington.
No. Don't work that way. You have to win a very specific military honor. or be like a president or some shit to get in there. There's actually, I believe, only one president that's buried in Arlington.
I don't know. I'm pretty important.
I remember right, JFK is the only president that's buried there.
Well, most of them.
Taft is also.
Just not his
Taft's
head.
buried there too.
Yes.
See, nobody ever mentions Taft being there, buried there. They always mention JFK being buried there.
Taft had previously served as Secretary of War. That's what made him eligible.
Taft is also the only person to be president and Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
At the same time?
No, not at the same time. He was president and then Supreme Justice, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court afterwards.
That probably paid pretty good.
Taft would have been a two-term president if it wasn't for Teddy Kennedy betraying him. Or Teddy Roosevelt, not Teddy Kennedy.
I was going to say, really?
We were talking about Kennedy, so like,
Was that before or after Mary Jo Kopechne, I guess is the question.
that would have been well before.
Oh, okay.
Chappaquiddick. Marilyn Monroe.
Marilyn Monroe was killed by Joe DiMaggio. I've heard people say that.
Is that so he could make the Mr. Coffee? Is that it? Or?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh,
No, it
okay.
was Billy Joel. We didn't start the fire.
I don't think Billy Joel would have been old enough at that point. He would have been,
Now,
what, 5?
Joe DiMaggio had a rose delivered to Marilyn Monroe's tombstone every
Well,
year
They were
after she died.
they were married at one point.
So if he actually offed her, he was pretty sentimental about it afterwards. So.
Well, that's been known to happen.
That's a remorse thing.
I've also heard it may have been somebody trying to protect JFK too. So.
Yeah, there's that. There's all
Because supposedly he was sneaking
mob.
around.
The mob did it. The mob did it because she saw something that she wasn't supposed to with a drug dealer or something. Was another theory. Wherever there's a mystery that people don't want to accept what happened, you're going to have these kind of conspiracy theories.
Killed Amelia Earhart.
Amelia Earhart was a terrible pilot. If you look at her flight record and stuff, she was not a good pilot.
She had a dude on the plane with her.
Mm-hmm.
Tell her which way to go.
That was all his fault. He wouldn't get out and ask for directions.
She was looking for that White House on the corner. Turn right.
He sat up front and drove, and she basically just told him, you missed a turn.
Backseat pilots. No, but honestly, if you look at her flight record and stuff, there have been shows that have gone in and looked at this. She was not a good pilot by all metrics that are used to judge how good a pilot somebody is. She had a very sketchy flight record. She wasn't even the one that originally was supposed to make that flight. There was another female pilot, but something happened and some bullshit happened, and Earhart ended up being the one put in there.
Oh, that worked out.
Yeah. The other pilot was supposed to be a much better pilot than Amelia Earhart. I don't remember her name. It's been so long since I've seen that documentary, but yeah, we watched it in school. It was Amelia Earhart's all myth about
Yeah,
how
she's a
she
real
was a great.
person.
No, I mean about her flight record and stuff. About how she was supposed to be this great pilot and everything. It was all a publicity stunt, and it backfired.
Yeah, so did the Hindenburg.
Oh, yeah,
That was an
literally.
inside job too.
Yeah, that literally sparked one hell of a firestorm.
Yeah, literally.
Well, you know what the downfall of the Hindenburg was, right?
What?
Well,
Other
other
than
than
the
the
high,
fact they were using the wrong gas, but
No, the paint they used. The paint they used
oh
when
yeah,
it got hot turned into thermite.
yep.
If you don't know what thermite is, folks, that's what they use for welding underwater.
And to
It
burn up
burnt.
tanks.
Yeah, it'll. You put thermite on the ground, it'll burn a hole through, and then burn a hole through, and then burn a hole through whatever's below it. It doesn't. It'll burn through everything, and that's basically what the Hindenburg was painted with. There was a perfect storm of what happens if it catches fire? First hydrogen gas, and then the outside painted with thermite. What could possibly go wrong? Well, they found out.
oh, it worked just fine before that.
Mm-hmm.
It used to watch a bunch of videos where they use thermite to weld railroad tracks.
But you know what the Hindenburg was supposed to do, right?
Not crash.
No. I mean, what the purpose was.
To be up in the air.
No, it was
No, there was a long-term plan.
transcontinental travel or something.
Yeah, there was supposed to be the first in a fleet of airships that were going to travel between Nazi Germany and the United States and dock at the Empire State Building.
That's right. They actually had a docking
Mhm.
thing up there.
Yep.
But from what I heard, they tried using it a couple times, and the winds made it practically impossible. So they said, "Screw this! This ain't gonna work."
Pretty
Yeah,
much.
and the Hindenburg disaster didn't help matters.
Well, it didn't happen at the Empire State Building, to be fair.
But the whole burning up thing
Wasn't
didn't
far
help.
from it, but
No, it was in New Jersey. But yeah,
of course, there's a lot of dumpster fires in New Jersey. So
but when that burned up, and then the problems like you were saying with the wind shear and stuff, that they just like, nope, we're not doing this. And about that time, planes were starting to become much more reliable and faster. But that was supposed to be like a high class transit system for the ne'er do well rich people. It wasn't going to be cheap. It was going to be like luxury flights across the Atlantic. But whereas a plane would take hours, this was going to take days.
Yeah.
well, a lot of people think, riding in a dirigible like that, it'd be a lot quieter than a plane because it basically floats in the
Mhm.
air. But it's not true at all. I've
No.
talked to people that rode in the Goodyear blimp. They said it's extremely noisy.
Well, blimp is different than a dirigible.
Same principle, though.
Not really. Dirigible, you actually can go up into the structure of the dirigible. A blimp is just a giant balloon. It's not really a superstructure like what a dirigible would be. A dirigible was rigid.
Yeah, if you watch the movie, they climb in there all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
Like
being
in
steered around by huge fans, basically.
Yeah. But remember Indiana Jones in the Last Crusade, where they climb out up into the dirigible and go back into the escape plane?
Yep.
That's one of the reasons why they chose to use hydrogen instead of helium. One, hydrogen was more common than helium. It was easier to gather, and it was lighter than helium.
By half.
Yeah, weighs half as much. One is half of two. Very good, Moo.
I used to know the whole periodic table. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did too. The keyword being used to.
Mm-hmm.
9th grade science class, we had to memorize it.
Yeah, it came in handy when I was in nuclear medicine. So
My favorite element is krypton. Yes, it's an exo element.
Because of Superman, or
Yeah, it's named after Krypton from Superman.
gotcha. I always like the elements that the symbol doesn't match the name,
Mm-hmm.
like lead. You know, it's Pb,
Sodium.
Sodium.
Na,
Yep.
potassium.
Gold is
K.
AU. You know how you remember gold real easy? Somebody steals your gold watch, you yell, AU, that's my watch.
That was memorization through association. That's exactly how I remembered it.
Yep.
And then
That's how we were told them remember, yeah.
Yeah, AG is silver.
Mm-hmm. Hey G, what are you doing with that?
That's right. You think you're a G? You know, gangster with that silver shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you a story about that. My one of my ex-wives, I should say, Michelle, went to school. It's basically a school where they taught people how to work in medical records and stuff like that. And so they would teach them medical terms and stuff like that so they'd know what they were. But they had word associations that went with that. And she said there was a picture of a woman coming out of the maternity ward with a baby in each arm, and her two older kids are out in the waiting room. And basically they go, "Oh, ma, two more?" Which means if a word ends with "oma," it's related to a tumor. So, "Oh, ma, two more?"
Oh, really?
Serious. Seriously.
Oh, I can believe it. Good Lord, been there almost 4 hours.
Yikes.
I was not planning on going this long.
Still got time for your bracket.
We are not doing a bracket, Gary.
Be a two-thing bracket. Hindenburg versus Zeppelin or something like that.
The last bracket I saw, somebody pissed me off, and it was the college football bracket makers. Oh, dude, they fucked up the whole damn playoff.
Oh, they didn't have Notre Dame in there or what?
Well, because they put two teams that shouldn't be in the playoff.
Like Alabama?
No, like Tulane and James Madison. You know, the 24th and 20th ranked teams in the country. You know, how do you fuck that up? You got a 12-team bracket. You cut off at the top 12 and you put them in the bracket. Boom, done. No, Leave it to college football to figure out a way to fuck it up, just like they fucked up the BCS all those years. Remember how the BCS was supposed to stop having dual national champions, and it did the exact opposite?
News story just popped up. It said Rob Reiner killed by his son.
Yep.
Ooh. Did they give a motive?
It says both killed by his trans son.
Oh, good God! There we go. Another one of them.
Let me guess, he was Muslim too.
Fuck. Hey, you'd be surprised how many trans are saying they're Muslims. They don't get the idea that Muslims tend to throw trans people off of roofs. It's like every time you turn around on X, there's some trans or gay saying that they're becoming Muslim, and it's just like, oh, really? It's like, did you actually read the Quran before you converted, or what?
No, I had a free weekend. I just thought I'd convert.
Yeah, it just sounded like a good idea at the time.
Yeah, like joining ISIS.
Mm. It sounded like a fun weekend.
It's some time off.
Mm. Didn't have anything better to do. I figured, hey, why don't I become Muslim this weekend? Say the Shahada, go have a couple of ribs. No, it's like, no, you can't have that.
You can
What?
have no rib.
What did you say? What did you say? You can't have that. You can't have pork.
You can pork children, but you just can't eat pork.
Exactly. Or get porked by a bunch of dark-skinned guys from the Pakistan-India border region. The men of Al-Zut. They say Muhammad had the strength of 30 men.
But he did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that one was named Amir. That one was named Adol. That was.
Amir. They're all named Amir.
Yeah. I don't know very many names of people. That was Omar.
Aknad.
What makes that story even crazier is there's a tradition in like the Middle East over into Southern Asia to where a guy can put his strength into a boy by doing that. So add that to the story of Muhammad.
Gross.
Uh-huh. When they say Muhammad had the strength of 30 men, they weren't joking. If you go by that nonsense.
They spelled jizz wrong.
Mm-hmm.
He had the strength. No.
Brings new meaning to having to pay the jizya. That's the tax that non-Muslims have to pay.
Well, if that's the case, I've been paying jizz tax for 105 years. I don't think I'm a Muslim.
No, you're not a
I
Muslim.
haven't checked back in my Outlook or something.
No, you're not a Muslim. You eat pork, you smoke pork, you're not a jizya. You're not a jizya yet. Well, you might have to pay that but you're not a Muslim.
I could be a hypocritical Muslim. You don't know.
Well, you're in Michigan.
That's true.
You got Hamtramck and Dearborn.
I'm about 3 hours away from there, but yeah, still, I get you.
You got your choice. You could be a Palestinian Muslim from Michigan, or you could be a Somalian and move to Minnesota.
The west side of Michigan is like the total opposite of Southeast Michigan. Yeah, my neighbors go to church twice a week. There's a church on
Wednesday,
like every freaking corner.
Wednesday and Sunday, or
Yep.
yeah, that's when our church had services, Wednesday and Sunday.
Yeah, I didn't sin that much where I had to go to church twice a week. I probably should have, but I don't know what the quota or criteria is.
Well, Wednesday night service is usually when they would have a guest, like a Christian music performer or some guest speaker or something.
Oh, gotcha.
And then Sunday was the standard church service. They had a Sunday morning and a Sunday evening, so if you missed one, you can catch the other.
Oh, yeah. One was like 7 in the morning, and next one I think was at 10.
No, we had Sunday school at 9 and church service at 11.
Oh, okay. Probably make that after I throw up a couple times.
Yeah, from 11 to 12:30, which gave us just enough time to get home and catch the Steeler game.
There you go. Should have watched the Steelers.
Hell, we'd have church watch parties at the pastor's house. Go to church in the morning and after church, head to the pastor's house and watch the Steeler game at his house and have a big ass barbecue in his backyard. He'd rent like a big projection TV as a church social kind of thing.
My pastor liked to let us watch too.
Those old projection screen TVs that weighed like 9,000 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
Those things were heavy as fuck.
Do you watch that guy's YouTube channel where he takes one of the lenses out of one of those?
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, he used as a magnifying glass. And
yeah, you probably could.
and melts rocks with it.
Oh, I can believe it. Those things were huge.
Yeah, it's like a big Fresnel lens, kind of thing. Yeah, he built like this little like apparatus for it to hold it, and he focuses the beam on anything.
Mm-hmm.
But the cool thing is when he melts rocks, turn them into,
I'll tell you what, though, there's nothing like going to the pastor's house and watching everybody drinking Iron City at the pastor's house. You've been to the Pittsburgh area region. You know what Iron City is, man.
Oh, yeah.
That was my grandfather's beer of choice. I turned 13. I go to my grandfather and grandmother's to stay overnight. My grandfather hands me an Iron City. Here, you're old enough. I was your age.
My dad's was Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Yeah, my grandfather, you go to the bar with him, he'd get a Boilermaker.
Oh, yeah. Now you're talking.
Iron City and a shot of 7 Crown was his.
Oh.
Yeah. That was his Boilermaker of choice.
I got in trouble. I was doing Boilermakers at the Cat Williams concert.
You take the beer, pour it in the glass, and then you drop the shot into the beer and then chug it. That's a Boilermaker.
Oh, yeah. I had 2 of those. And my wife was not impressed.
You only did 2 when you were that drunk? Wow.
It was a tall boy and a double shot of Jameson.
Oh, you did a double Boilermaker. Okay.
2 of them.
Yeah.
After I had been pre-gaming all day.
Mm-hmm.
Because the concert wasn't until 8 o'clock at night.
So you were wasted before the show even started.
Dude, I was zooted. I'll send you my Yelp review.
You were zooted by the alcohol.
Oh, yeah.
Not in the Alzoot sense. that has become such the joke lately. I don't know. On X, everybody's making Alzoot jokes. And the Muslims get so pissed off. It's funny. Somebody will just say something at random and go, not in the Alzoot sense.
You know what pissed me off is he had like 5 opening acts. So the damn show didn't get started till like 10 o'clock. It was supposed to be at 8. So, you know.
It sounds like that music festival I went to with my son-in-law a couple years ago, where the main attraction was Black Label Society. Damn concert started at 2:30. It didn't end till wasn't scheduled to end anyway until like 12:30 at night. The rain kind of killed the Black Label Society set. Black Label was supposed to go on for like 2.5 hours, but they didn't because of the storm. They cut it down. They were only on for a little over an hour. But what are you going to do when there's you're at an outdoor venue and the thunderstorm's coming in?
Yeah, I can't tell you how long Cat Williams' show was.
Yeah, you were completely out of it at that point.
Dude, I embarrassed myself. I didn't throw up or shit my pants or anything, but
That you remember anyway.
right.
Did Gary fall asleep?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it time for the bracket now? Is that it?
No bracket. Maybe next weekend.
It's
I won't be here next weekend.
It's the
You won't be
Oma
here
bracket.
next weekend?
No, I'm going to be on vacation.
Oh.
You're always on vacation.
Next weekend was going to be the Christmas show because I'm not doing one Christmas Eve. Darn you.
No sushi talk?
I got too much shit I got to do Christmas Eve. I ain't going to I do not want to have to do a show on Christmas Eve too. Amy's like, we got this, and this to do on Christmas Eve. I'm like, fuck. So yeah, there's not going to be a Christmas Eve show this year. I'm just going to do that on the Sunday show. And there's probably not going to be a giveaway either because I don't have the money to buy anything.
We can give away a flooded out water heater.
No, that's already gone.
Oh.
Some guy paid us for it. So, like, hey,
hey, nice.
He paid us and then he went and scrapped it. So, like, hey, I don't have to pay somebody to take it away. I get $20 for it. Fuck. I don't have no use for it. Damn thing didn't fucking work. $20 is $20, you know.
Words to live by.
Hey, $20 in my pocket is better than $50 out of it. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's some crippled kid who has hearing issues. He's hard of hearing and he has other physical issues. He goes around with his truck and he pays people like a small fee, or he pays them to take away stuff. Then he goes and he scraps it for like twice what he paid for it. And he does that to offset his disability and stuff because his disability doesn't pay him enough. So that's how he makes his money. So anytime we need something taken away, we just call him and have him do it. He gets his mother and his brother to help him. So, I'd rather give him money or get a small fee from him, depending on what it is he's taken away. Like if it's not something he can scrap that you taken away, he's going to charge you a small fee for it. But if it's something he can scrap, he like splits how much he's going to get for it. You know what I mean? Because he paid us 20 for it. He probably got 40 for it when he scrapped it. So, I'd rather help that kid out than pay some asshole. You know what I mean?
I'm an asshole.
This is a kid that's actually out there trying to do something to earn money, not just expecting it to be handed to him, you know? He also took away our washer and dryer, the old ones that were messed up.
Nice.
His mother, he felt guilty because he only gave us 30 for each of them. He got the guy he took them to gave him 100 for each of them. He came here trying to give us more money. He's like, no, dude, you keep it. You keep it.
Huh.
Yeah, he's a good kid. He's like, but I split money. No, no, dude, it's fine. Think of it as a gift. You keep it. You gave us 30. That's plenty. Otherwise, it was just going to sit in the basement and collect dust. You made good use of it. You got a little bit extra than what you thought. That's fine. Good on you. Keep it. You know? He didn't have to come here and offer to give us the difference. You know what I mean? A lot of people probably wouldn't have.
I texted it to your phone, Rich.
Fix it what?
My Yelp review.
Oh, okay.
I think Gary saw it.
What do we got here?
Yeah, I was after my wife got all pissed. I printed that off and put it on the refrigerator.
Damn, my rating's small enough. Which this thing will make it bigger. Oh, there we go. Now I can read it.
Zoom in.
Well, it didn't want to zoom. Skip dinner. Yeah, there's your problem.
Dude, I was drinking all day. I didn't have nothing to eat.
Yeah. Yes, he got buzzed. Yes, he apologized. Yes, he bought flowers.
Best served medium rare.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it still didn't go well. I was in the doghouse for a couple weeks.
Yeah. Can't say I ever did anything like that. I've never been a major drinker. But there is one time.
At band camp?
No. Friend's birthday party.
Oh,
I drank a whole. I drank.
yourself?
Huh? I drank a
You
whole
embarrassed
case
yourself?
of. No, I drank a whole case of Bud Ice by myself.
Oh, gross.
Got home. Had to be carried into the bedroom. You know,
Oh, no.
about 2 hours later, I think I puked all over the bedroom. And he was not happy.
Good thing, though.
Yeah. Oh, that was the one and only time I've ever drank Bud Ice in my life.
Mm. Add to cart. Send Rich like a couple of tall boys of Bud Ice.
But I even still make it.
Shit, I don't know.
I don't
It used to
remember
be the
seeing it.
thing.
And,
Yeah, it was ice. Labatt's did one.
everybody was doing ice beer. That was the big thing
Yeah.
in the mid 90s.
Yep.
That was only the second time I'd ever gotten really shit faced. Another time was we were just sitting around playing D&D, and a friend was like, let's go get some beer. Like, okay. So instead of beer, I get a fucking fifth of Southern Comfort and kill that.
I'll do it.
Yeah. They're all smoking pot at the same time, so I'm getting the goddamn contact buzz at the same time.
That's old school weed though.
Mm-hmm.
Ditch weed.
Yeah, it was. Christ, that would have been 93, I think. That was before I met Amy. Had to have been 93.
Oh, I was Googling ice beers, and Ice House was the one.
Oh God, yeah, I remember that one too.
And then Molson Ice. I remember. What was the other one? Oh shit, they had Milwaukee's Best Ice.
Yeah, there was Milwaukee. That one actually wasn't bad.
Keystone Ice.
The best beer Milwaukee's Best ever put out was the Ice. I don't know if you ever had that one. That one was tolerable.
The Beast. Oh, Mickey's had ice. Oh man, I used to drink Mickey's.
Man,
in college.
My uncle, man, he started drinking Milwaukee's Best. That shit was nasty.
Oh yeah, the Beast. My neighbor at our old house after we moved 5 years ago, but just down the street, she would drink a 30-pack of the Beast every night.
Yeah. Go to my uncle's house. You want a beer while watching the Steeler game? Not thinking that. I'm thinking, okay, he's gonna have Iron City like Grandpa does. Nope. Comes and hands me a Milwaukee's Best. I never did finish one of them.
Gross.
God, that shit was awful. That's why I said the Milwaukee Ice actually wasn't that bad in comparison. It was tolerable. I could drink a can of that. Milwaukee's Best, the regular Milwaukee. Oh God, no! I never finished the can.
The cheapest beer that we used to buy in college was Buckhorn. It was $1.99 a 6-pack.
Pretty awful too.
Yeah, I bet. We didn't have that around here, so I never had the mispleasure.
Well, the other ones were Huber, Huber. That was an 8-pack for $2.19, something like that.
Believe it or not, in Pittsburgh, MGD was pretty fucking cheap. Everybody drank.
Yeah, there was a phase. Everybody was drinking that shit.
But that was like really cheap, and it was better than buying Milwaukee's Best.
Yeah, anything is almost better.
If we wanted cheap beer, we were getting the Miller Genuine Draft, and it wasn't that bad in comparison to what could have had.
When I worked in the party store when I was a kid, we had a half gallon of Blatz for $1.79. So it was just like, my grandma drinking out of the moonshine jug kind of size of shit. Half gallon glass bottle of Blatz.
Yeah. Most of the time, man, we were drinking MGD. That's most of the time. That's what we had. Somebody might splurge and buy Budweiser, but honestly, I'd rather have MGD than Budweiser.
We generally drank Stroh's.
Oh yeah, I remember Stroh's. We had a Stroh's brewing plant right on the south side.
Yeah, we did in Detroit. So
that's a name ain't heard in forever.
They were the first ones that came out with a 30-pack. Because all the cases of beer used to have 24, and Stroh's came out with a 30-pack.
Yeah, but they've been gone for a while.
Yeah, we had a brewery on Gratiot. There's a song about it.
Yeah, ours was right on the south side of Pittsburgh, right on Carson Street area. Used to have a big clock on it. It said Stroh's on the clock. And it lit up. You could see it from I-376 as you were going from Pittsburgh to Monroeville or vice versa. Huge, big octagon clock. Looked like a huge stop sign that said Stroh's on it. In that script that Stroh's was written in.
Yep. I just went on the robots. Stroh's was the origin is founded in Detroit in 1850.
When they shutter.
They were bought by Pabst Brewing Company. Don't say when. Oh, it said they closed in 1985.
Wow, that long ago?
Yeah. Which is weird because I was a junior in high school.
Yeah. Damn, doesn't seem like that long ago. Jesus.
I know. Pabst acquired it in 1999. All these stories don't add up.
No, they don't add up.
Yeah, anyway, it was part of my childhood.
Mm-hmm. Well, the clock was anyway. I don't think I've ever drank one. But, I remember that clock, man, because that thing was freaking massive and it's.
Yeah, I used to have one of the mirrors, like the bar mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when I worked at the parties, I worked there for, I don't know, 3-4 years when I was a kid. And the beer trucks would show up. They go, "Hey, you guys want one of these mirrors?" They're like, "Yeah, I do."
Yeah, the Stroh's clock was so huge, I could see it from my room in Children's Hospital in Oakland neighborhood of Pittsburgh, right across, like straight down across the river, and there's this huge Stroh's clock. It was massive, man. It was like it was on a tower. We went on a school trip to the Iron City Brewing Company, Pittsburgh Brewing Company, when it was in Pittsburgh still. That was fun going on a tour of a beer company when you can't drink beer.
I think that was the only reason I took the kids to Busch Gardens when they were little.
Oh shit, man! Yeah, Busch Gardens has beer all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, you go to the Irish section, they got a fucking Irish pub in there with Guinness on tap.
And one of the only reasons I went to Epcot was to go do the beers around the world.
Oh yeah, and you got the wine tour too. I mean, Jesus. Hell, Busch Gardens, you go to France and they got a wine store. Fuck, summers at Busch Gardens, at least the one in Williamsburg. You go over to the German section. There's a fucking beer house. Those are nothing but German beers. 50 cents a pop.
Damn.
No joke, dude. You get like a, the clear small solo cups.
Mm-hmm.
You can just pound those 50 cents each.
I'm there.
If you're a freaking member, you get 5 free.
What's a membership cost?
I don't know. But you don't have to pay park admission or anything if you're a member.
Ooh.
And you get free VIP parking. When we went, I got the tickets free because it was every Veterans Day. They give free tickets that are good for like 3 months through the VA to go there. We didn't pay park admission, so we paid for VIP parking, which was really cool. The VIP parking was good.
I bet.
Didn't have to walk far at all to get into the park. We were right there, boom, at the entrance.
Nice.
Yeah. And there's heightened security in the VIP section too. There were actual armed guards to get into the VIP parking section. Like the chances of your car getting stolen in VIP section were next to none. The only problem was it poured down rain the whole time we were fucking there. None of the water rides were open because the whole park was a water ride. The kids were literally playing in the puddles because the puddles were like 5 feet across. You know?
Shit, could have done that at home for free.
Mm-hmm. Not our kids, but other people's kids were. Our kids were like older; they were in their 20s when we went. But yeah, little kids were playing in the puddles and stuff on the walkways. Christ, there was a stand there that was selling frickin' daiquiris.
Utah, give me 2.
My son got a strawberry daiquiri. It tasted like a strawberry slushy. It was good. He hands it to me. He says, "Here, I gotta go to the bathroom." He got back. It was empty. He's like, "What did you do?" It's like, "Dude, you were in there for like 10 minutes and I was thirsty."
Yeah, give me another one, bitch.
Well, we bought the food and drink all day card.
Oh, yeah.
So he just went and got another one. It didn't cost him anything.
Nice.
Yeah, the daiquiris, they had alcohol in them, but they didn't cost anything. Now beer we had to pay for. You didn't get beer for free. But for some reason they consider daiquiri a soft drink or something. I don't know why. It wasn't beer, so it was free with the food all day card. I tell you what, man, you went to the German beer house for lunch. You know those big styrofoam trays? You got one of those full of food, like a quarter of chicken, 3 different sausages, a big thing of sauerkraut. Me and Amy split one. There was no way she was going to eat a whole one. And it was 2 different kinds of sauerkraut, too. It was the traditional, made with green cabbage, and then purple sauerkraut, which was made with red cabbage, which was interesting because it had that one had more of a sweet flavor to it. It's the first time I've ever had the sauerkraut made with the red cabbage before. Why do they call it red when it's purple?
Excuse me.
You ever wonder about that? Why is it called red cabbage? It's purple.
It's a conundrum.
Yeah, red onion, same thing. Red onion is purple.
Like a Peter on a possum's belly.
Makes no sense, man.
It's like wiping before you poop. Makes no sense.
It's like flushing before you take a dump. Mr. Bob, almost 20 minutes ago, said they had red, white, and blue beer.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dad drank that too.
Yes, we didn't have any of those weird brands. We just had the basics. Well, that's why it doesn't make sense. It was named in a brew house. Everybody was drunk. Hey, what do we call this? Oh, how about red? Remember Red Dog?
Oh, yeah.
You know, that was the same thing as Miller Red, right? The exact same thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, they were the exact same thing. They were both made in the same bottling plant, and they were the exact same thing. The machines would alternate what bottles were being filled. It was you didn't know about that scandal? That's why Red Dog went away, because they got busted. Miller got busted for that. Red Dog and Miller Red were the exact same damn thing. That was backdoor in the microbrew craze.
Yeah, we still got a ton of microbrews around here.
Yeah, but Miller and Red Dog were Miller's attempt to cash in on that. Yeah, they got busted.
Oopsie.
Budweiser had one too. I don't remember what brand it was though. Yeah, Miller tried double dipping in it and got caught. They didn't break any laws or anything, but it was still kind of suspect. You know what I mean? But yeah, you're the same thing coming out of the same brand. And it was the Plank Road Brewery that they said Red Dog was brewed at didn't exist. There was no Plank Road Brewery.
Oopsie.
The first time a company's done that shit. I think 4 hours and 20 minutes is enough of this. I think it's time to wrap this up tonight.
420.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But not that 420. Not on this show, damn it.
All right. Well, you guys have a good night. I don't know who's out there watching, but have a good night.
Oh, Mr. Bob's still out there, apparently.
Both of you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on YouTube, there's 6 on X, it says.
Yeah, they're Muslims.
No, I highly doubt that.
Taking notes.
Uh-huh.
Who is this infidel?
Anyway, thank everybody for watching. Thank Mr. Bob for still being around out there. I don't know who else the other one is. I don't know if it's Justin or somebody else. But, yeah. We're going to wrap this up. So have a good night, everybody, and we will catch y'all next week. You got anything you guys want to say before we get out of here, Gizzard?
Give him the bird. Let's see. I will be having my shows this week, Foul Territory, Monday night, 9 p.m. Central. And for my channel members only, chat at 8:30 p.m. Central on Wednesday. Thanks for having me.
Yep.
Kind sir.
Yep. Yeah, what about you, Moo? Not that you
I got nothing.
What else is new? Anyway, good night, folks. We'll see you next week for the Christmas special that probably won't be very special. So, good night.
There, guys.
Later. Well.
I gotta end this. The damn outro stopped. We were too busy making animal noises.
Quit talking.
Yes, I know. Bye.
This is bull.